morning, everyone. Coming to you from Beaver Valley Ski Club in Southern Ontario. It's Jake and Kirk. We're going to be doing some commenting today as we host the Snowboardcross Junior Nationals here. I'm with Ontario Snowboard. I'm the Director of Business Development. I don't have a strong background in snowboarding per se, but I do have a good depth in a number of varied sports. The good news is that my co-host today, Jake, or lead host today, Jake, is a very accomplished snowboarder. So he's going to be the man behind all of the insights into the athletes, the course, and snowboarding in general here in Ontario and in Canada. So hi, Jake. Welcome.
Hi there. Good morning, everyone. Excited to be here at Beaver Valley for the Junior Nationals Snowboardcross competition held by Canada Snowboard, Ontario Snowboard, Beaver Valley, and our Speed Nation. So welcome. We've got an exciting track. Just a little update on what's going on now. As you can see, the athletes rolling through the snowboardcross track. They're just currently training. So this morning they're starting off with at least 2 training runs each, getting used to the track again, the new conditions, and some of the changes that were done on the track overnight to make it a little better and safer. And then we will roll into the qualification rounds and runs, which will take place shortly after the training with 2 runs of qualification. So this morning the snow is pretty quick still, considering all the warm weather we've had. Beaver Valley's done an excellent job of even getting a track in place for the competition. As you can see from the footage, it's been a struggle and challenging season, especially the last few weeks with the warmer weather and all the rain to build up a track to this level of riding. When you're watching some of the footage we've got today, you'll notice that we don't have enough cable to take us all the way from the start, but we do have 3 cameras positioned down the track. The first one that you'll see will start them basically coming into the first bank, and then the start section is roughly 150 meters above that.
And Jake, what we're seeing now is kids just pre-running the course to get familiar with the setup?
Yeah, that's right. They get at least 2 training runs each. They should be on their second one now, and they're just feeling out the track again, the conditions. We got a little bit of a setup overnight with the colder night temperatures, and there was a couple of changes made down track just to make it slightly safer for all the athletes. So yeah, they're just taking a couple of laps up for the day of competition.
Yeah, it looks like the course operations guys have done a great job setting up the safety netting and the die for the jumps and sidelines. So course is looking visually in great shape anyhow.
Yeah, definitely. They've done an awesome job. There's a really good team here at Beaver Valley. They were out all night working on it, and we started early this morning, setting and dyeing and making sure all the bee netting and safety things are in place. And we've got a lot of volunteers out there today to help out with gate judging and just keeping an eye on the track and making sure all those blind spots are covered.
Yeah, it looks great. You see some of the volunteers and the course workers along the side still putting the finishing touches in and making sure that everything is buttoned down. Fantastic. And I can see some sponsor banners going up. We'll talk about our sponsors a little later on today, because we have some really great support coming in from our partners. So we'll get into that as we progress.
Last shot there is the finish line. And just to familiarize everyone, this is kind of like the middle of the track, just below where we're set up. And this athlete is making one of the last turns towards the finish line stretch. Here's one of the last jumps. And again, he's rolling towards the finish line stretch. Just so you know what we're looking at here. There's the finish corral. One of the coaches following, just for a little follow cam action.
From a design perspective, is this a pretty typical course in terms of the number of turns, the size and frequency of the jumps? Is there a model that course designers are trying to follow?
Yeah, there's definitely a standard that we're trying to follow on all levels for SBX. Here at Beaver Valley, it actually has one of the better slopes and the longer runs for this level of rider. They do hold NORAMs here. We were hoping to host one of the NORAMs here, but due to the conditions, there wasn't enough snow to build up the track to that level of riding. So that one unfortunately had to be canceled. But for these riders, it's a good track. It's a little fast in certain sections. It's a little straight in certain sections, just because they had to tighten up the track with the limited snow. But it's still running well, and it should be a pretty exciting race.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, from Beaver Valley Ski Club in Southern Ontario. Joining us on the live stream on YouTube today, it's Kirk here with Jake Holden. We'll be your commentators today for the Junior Nationals Snowboardcross. Very happy you could join us. We have excellent weather today. It's a little under 10 degrees, a little bit of sun. The snow is in great shape, and we're looking forward to a great morning of racing. Jake, welcome, and any plans to get us kicked off for before the gates start to drop?
Yeah, of course. Good morning, everyone. So just a little update on where we're at on course here at Beaver. There's a little bit of a course hold and break for maintenance. All the athletes should have done their 2 runs for warm-up and training this morning. So that's how we started the day. And then next up is they'll be all getting to the top and getting those boards waxed and getting back into the start gate in order for their qualification runs. What you're seeing now on the TV is some of the maintenance crew coming in and fixing up the track a little bit, making sure it's nice and smooth and clean and safe for all the riders from top to bottom.
Yeah, there's been a ton of work has gone into this course over the last few days. Obviously, we're fighting a lack of snow and some inclement weather, which looks like it will continue this weekend. But the course teams have done a fantastic job in setting this up, making it ready for an FIS level event and making it safe for the competitors and spectators. So the course, I just walked the course, Jake. I went up to the top to take a look and slid my way back down, and it's in fantastic shape. Gates are up. The dies in the snow. Security netting is great, and the course volunteers, of course, I think you can speak to this, but course volunteers are out there working hard to make sure that everybody's going to have a great day.
Yeah, definitely. These events never run smoothly without all the help from the volunteers, parents, coaches, friends, family. Everyone comes out and helps out, and it's always a strong showing for our Ontario events to make sure that we have a successful event with all the volunteers. So thanks to them. That's awesome. We're gonna have a little break here. You won't see too many athletes going down the track, but you'll see our camera guys taking our odd shots of sponsors while all the athletes get ready for their runs. Like I mentioned, there'll be 2 timed runs. Everyone gets 2 timed runs, and then they'll take their best timed run and use those results to seat them in the final heats for later this afternoon for the final rounds.
And then is it just a process of elimination that we get down to the 4 final riders for the final medal run?
Okay, I just got notice we're going to start in about 5 minutes, so just a little heads up there. But yeah, just a little run through and answer that question. Yeah, so once they're in the brackets of heats, it'll be elimination rounds. So that'll mean the first 2 athletes that cross the finish line will move into the next round of heats, and they will advance themselves. And the last 2 athletes across the finish lines, that'll be the end of the day for them, unfortunately. And that's how it'll run for finals once the qualification rounds are completed.
And for those of you joining us on the YouTube broadcast, my name is Kirk. I'm with Ontario Snowboard. I'm on the business development side. I'm not a snowboarder. I've been active in alpine sports, but mainly on the ski side. So Jake is going to be our resident expert on all things snowboard. And Jake, do you want to give the 1 minute overview of your career and what you're doing now?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, currently I'm working with Canada Snowboard here, representing Canada Snowboard, doing the odd project with them, helping out with some of the coaches throughout our nation as a mentor, helping out with some of their athletes when needed during certain camps that Canada Snowboard will run, which are usually paired with with a competition at the NORAM level. Previously to that, I was coaching with our national team for Canada Snowboard on the SBX side. So following the World Cup tour, doing the Olympics in China, which was amazing. We had great success there. So yeah, I've been coaching for quite a few years now. I think I'm going on 9 or 10 years. Started here in Ontario with the provincial team right after I finished competing myself at a World Cup level. But yeah, I got into coaching right away after the competition years for myself, and loved it, and still staying involved as much as possible.
And you had some Olympic experience as well, you were telling me.
Yeah, that's right. So 2014, I made our Olympic team for the Russian Olympics in Sochi. Great experience, not the results that I wanted, but yeah, it was amazing. The whole journey leading up to the games itself, and some other Olympic experience was some forerunning I did back in 2010, which was great too, since we were the host nation for that in Vancouver, BC. Snowboardcross was run at Cyprus there, and at the time I was on the development team for the national team, and we got the opportunity to be the forerunners for the events at the Olympics in Vancouver. So that's actually what really motivated me to keep pushing, keep driving, and shoot for the next Olympics in 2014. It was a super fun journey the whole way throughout.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, it sounds like it's been the better part of your life has been competing and helping others become better at competition as well. So.
Yeah, that's a big story of my life for sure.
All right, so we've got a couple of minutes till our start. Just been made aware by our the head of our media team here, so we're going to take a couple minutes off air. The audio will be turned off, and we'll be back joining you in a few minutes. And we're looking forward to some great competition today. Hi everyone, welcome back. It's Jake and Kirk. We are on the course. I believe we've been given a course clear after some minor maintenance, so racing should begin soon. Jake, talk to us about what a course clear means. What do you have to do to get to that state?
So at this point in the day, yeah, they've finished their training runs, and they're just getting ready to do their time trial runs. So there's a little bit of break in between. Make sure all the course officials are ready. Track, their yellow flag bearers on track, which are the gatekeepers as well, and they'll control the traffic. So if someone goes down, or a net needs to be replaced, a gate needs to be replaced, they will stand on the course, wave that yellow flag. The athletes are supposed to and should slow down and stop and wait until it's safe to continue. So you'll probably see that throughout the day. So if you see a yellow flag go up on the screen waving, there's usually a bit of a issue on track that needs to be addressed. Right, be a bit of a break, and then they'll get going again.
Right, safety first.
That's right.
Always. Yeah. Injuries and collisions can be a dangerous thing. We just had so Jake and I are here in the audio tent. We're watching the live stream, same as you are on YouTube today, and we are sitting next to our video guys who are running all the switching and the cameras, and we just want to let you know that the snowboard, this is only the second or third event that we are being that is being broadcast live, and as well as with audio. So for those of you watching, we just want to say in advance that we're learning here. We're new at this. We're learning as we go along. We are trying to work out the wrinkles as we go along. So bear with us. If you have any feedback and you want to drop it into the comment section of YouTube, please do. Keep things professional. Constructive criticism is always welcome. But Jake and I, this is our first time working together, and our head of audio visual, Jay Ferguson, just stuck his head in the tent and said, let everybody know that we're learning and we're trying new things. So we appreciate your patience.
And it does look like they may still be running a bit of training. So we don't have full communication to the starter, to the start section. So that's one of the reasons why we may not get you the proper information right away, but we'll correct ourselves and get that sorted out. So I don't think they are actually doing their qualification runs right now. They may have extended the training time just a little bit, and that's why you're seeing some of the riders come down in pairs. Yeah, so here's a good example of another training run. Looks like you've got a BC athlete in the front and 3 Quebec athletes behind following. So they are still training. These 4 would be training for the actual race after qualifications this afternoon when they get seated in heats of 4, and they're racing head to head. So that's what you're seeing right there. So we are still currently in the training phase of today's competition.
Nice tight grouping there. Everybody looked to be very competitive.
Yeah, there's some fast riders out there today. Quite a few. We've got a wide range in the field, but some of the top male and females have had quite a few NORAM starts. They're NORAM racers. They follow the NORAM tour. And then we've got a few athletes that have actually had some World Cup starts out there as well. So you're going to see some speedy races today and some good tight competition for sure.
Yeah. And then as we go through today's broadcast, I'll be asking Jake a little bit about strategy and where you want to position yourself at different parts of the course, and are there advantages to being second in some case for a little while. We can talk about that as we go through today, but for those of you that are watching that understand the sport, you'll have a good you should have a good view of most of the jumps and turns today. Not the entire course, as we mentioned. We're missing about 150 meters up at the top at the start. That's just a technical issue from our perspective. We'll certainly try and get that ironed out in future events, but you're seeing the bottom probably 80% of the course, Jake?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. This shot right here, I believe, is our camera number 1, which is catching them coming into bank 1, I believe.
Okay. That gentleman in the black and red check shirt is the visual you're looking for coming out of that first bank. He's easy to spot, that guy.
This athlete's about halfway down, coming out of one of the last banks, and direction changes. Bit of a straight shot here with a long roller pack, and then into the final jump section and down, leading into the finish line here.
For our viewers, Jake and I are sitting at the side of the race course about halfway down. When you see the kids, the athletes go through the big roller pack there that we were just talking about, we can see them out our side window here flashing by. And what you see on camera now, on screen now, is we're getting some really nice sun, and it's warming up really nicely. So the athletes are enjoying what I affectionately call spring skiing, but it looks quite fast.
Yeah, given the warm temperatures, the snow's held up quite well on track. The team we have out there taking care of the track is also spreading some fertilizer every now and then, just to keep the track together and then not just melt away with all these warm temps. So they're doing a great job. Track's running well, and it should hold up just fine for today's event.
Jake, is anybody making equipment selection, board selection based on temperatures and snow conditions, or are they generally just riding one type of board throughout the season?
It's a good question. So there's definitely a snowboardcross specific type of race board. I would say most of these athletes do have one. And then some of the higher level athletes may have a set of 2 to 4 boards, and those boards, like skiing, will have different base grinds on them for different weather conditions and snow conditions. So yeah, today with all the water in the snow coming up, for sure, the ones who do have that option we'll probably pick the base grind that's going to work the best in these wetter conditions.
Right. Yeah, I'm thinking of selecting skis or base covering based on downhill skiing, and certainly Nordic. For those of you that are cross country skiers, that wax on your skis can play a huge part, depending on the type of weather and the type of snow. And I think that wise athletes are trying to find every advantage they can within the rules, and certainly on a day like today, that's going to go from 2 degrees to 10 degrees Celsius in the span of a couple hours. Things can change quite dramatically.
Yeah, 100%. And snowboard cross is known for it's a gliding sport. We spend a lot of time on the flat base, so the wax game is huge. You'll notice while you're watching today, the athletes will try to keep that base as flat as possible. That's the fastest they're going to go is when they're on their flat base. Every time they edge, take a turn, that's effectively slowing them down. But yeah, there's some long, straighter sections. Here's one over here on the course that they'll be trying to maintain a nice flat base and a good glide.
And they almost seem to pre-jump some of the jumps to try to keep the board on the snow as much as possible. I guess they want to spend as little time in the air also, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, it's goes without saying. It's you're looking for the fastest line down the track, and that doesn't always mean it's in a turn or your board's on the snow. Even when you're in the air, the least amount of air you take, the lower you stay to the ground, the faster you'll be. So, shortest distance to the finish line is always usually the fastest.
Yeah, and you can really see the athletes pumping their arms and legs coming over the roller set that we've got here beside us, and obviously trying to work every advantage.
Yep. Yeah, all those features on track, you need to work through them, generate speed as much as possible, and they're doing a good job of it. I was out watching yesterday, and even a lot of our younger, smaller athletes out there are moving really well. It's great to see the technique being pushed from the coaches and the athletes learning how to ride these tracks fast but safely, and that usually means moving well over these features.
Yeah. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of being at Alpine Ski Club here in Southern Ontario, up in Collingwood, at the Jr National Halfpipe. Alpine has done a tremendous job. We want to thank them as a resort partner, as well as Beaver Valley, where we are today. And yesterday we had a number of kids who were in a half pipe for the first time competing, and just had a fantastic day. Similar conditions, warm and sunny, but one side of the pipe was in the shade and one half was in the sun, and it created challenges for the athletes in that they really had to pick the type of maneuvers they were doing based on whether it was slushy or solid. So interesting to watch the coaches strategize with the athletes on what they should be doing in which sides of that pipe. Really interesting strategy for someone like me to hear between the athletes and their coaching team.
We have riders in so
And if we have any viewers today that are interested in getting involved in snowboarding, picking up the sport, or advancing your skills and starting to compete, finding coaches and resorts, Jake is affiliated with the Canadian snowboard team, which is canadasnowboard.ca. Lots of information there for you to go and take a look at. Maybe think about for the 2024-25 season of getting involved in some competition. And of course, at an Ontario level, I'm involved with Ontario Snowboard, which is ontario.snowboard.ca. Again, lots of information there about our resorts, our partners, and the events. We try our best to post live results when we can, and keep everything there. And so please feel free to go to those two websites, use them as a resource. And we're always eager to see more people out on snowboards and competing, because it's a fantastic way to make the winter enjoyable. And if you work hard and you're lucky, you can end up skiing at the Olympics for Canada, like Jake did. There's lots of paths to success here. Jake, where did you start snowboarding as a kid?
I started at Caledon Ski Club, so that's only about an hour and a half south of here. Really close to the town I grew up at. I started skiing when I was about 4 and switched to snowboarding I think when I was about 9. Yeah, at the time I was an alpine rider. I actually learned snowboarding on an alpine board, so what they would use for GS racing, which was fun. I loved it. I always loved the feeling of carving. But when snowboard cross came along, I switched from competing in alpine and loved the sport of snowboard cross and got into it right away here with some of our provincial events in Ontario, and then just slowly climbed the ladder. And it was awesome. But Caledon's another small hill, but like many places in Ontario, there's on the smaller side, but we get a lot of good riders coming out of these smaller hills, so it's great to see.
And Canada's had some success in snowboard cross over the years at the Olympics and at the upper FIS levels.
Yeah, definitely. We've had one of the stronger teams ever since 2010. Lots of success on the snowboard cross side between both male and female. We currently have the world leader, Elliot Grandin. He's in the lead and sitting nice to collect that crystal globe at the end of the season. So we all have our fingers crossed for that. But it's been amazing watching him come through the ranks. And but strong team. A little smaller than it has been in the past, but still a very strong team.
Typically, how many people would be on the national team for the men and women, and how many would go to the Olympics for snowboarding, roughly?
It does change and vary from year to year, depending on where people are within their kind of sport pathway. But we generally have anywhere from, say, 6 to 8 on the national team, and male and female, we always hope to have that at least split 50-50. Some years it's been a little bigger, some years it's been a little smaller. But yeah, I think currently there's 6 of them. Yeah,
and they're spending pretty much their whole life either on the snow somewhere or dryland training, or I guess there's a lot of cross training too with mountain biking and some other affiliated sports.
Definitely, yeah. At that level, it turns into more of a full-time job, especially with the level of competition now is so high within snowboard cross. So if you're not giving it your all and doing something every day that's going to make you a better racer, then you're just not going to be competitive enough at the top if your goal is to be one of the best in the world. So all of those national team athletes, it's their full-time job, and they're on snow a lot more than the average person, that's for sure. And they spend most of their time overseas. The World Cup Tour is mainly in Europe, but they do come back to North America. So we'll be seeing them in Mount St. Anne in a couple weeks for a World Cup, which will be great for the local Canadian crew to cheer on some of their athletes at home.
I think I'm actually attending that. I'll be in Quebec at that time. I'm going to try and make it there and cheer them on. Off-season training. When I was younger, I think it used to be New Zealand was the big location for what we would call our summer, their winter training. Is that still the place to be for the Canadian athletes, or do they end up in Chile? Where do they go in the off-season?
I think you're still seeing some of our freestyle, slopestyle, possibly half pipe go to New Zealand. When I was on the team, we went to New Zealand twice with the national team for some training. I don't think they've gone down recently. It's one of the the bigger trips. So they're mainly going either back over to Europe or down to Chile, Argentina, during our summer months to get on some real snow. Usually at that time they're working out the kinks and definitely trying some new equipment for the year to come. So it's great.
Well, for those of you that have just joined us, it's Jake and Kirk here. We're helping out with the audio portion of today's live stream, and we're a couple of minutes away. We're a couple minutes away from the start, so we're going to take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes, and we'll get caught up with the action.
Hey there, everybody. It's just Jake Holden here chiming in again just for a quick update on where we're at within our schedule. The athletes are still doing their training run. Some of them haven't got that second run in with some of the delays that were on track due to some crashes. So just getting the second training run in, and then they'll be back up to the top, and we can start our qualifications run. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we'll get back to you with some live updates and commentary with the qualification runs just around the corner. Stay tuned.
It's really warming up.
All right, finish is clear. Section 8 clear.
All right, we are back live here at Beaver Valley for the Canada Snowboard Speed Nation SBX Junior National Championships 2024. Just getting some updates from the top. They've cleared the track, and we're just about to start with the qualifying runs. See some of our coaches kind of repositioning, getting down on track. We'll just wait for the official call for our first forerunner. We typically run a forerunner or two before the actual athletes that are going to run their time runs, so we can expect that. We'll see if that happens or not. There may be one or two of them before our first athlete. Here we go. We got someone on track right now.
And for those of you just joining us now, you've got Jake and Kirk here at Beaver Valley, lovely Southern Ontario. Have a beautiful day. It's 10 degrees and sunny out. And the Junior National Snowboardcross event is just about to start. It's just about 11:30 in the morning here, Eastern Standard Time for us. And if you're joining us on YouTube for the first time, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to watch the event today. I mentioned a little while ago that from an audio, there's another front runner or forerunner there.
Yeah, that's right. This will be our second forerunner, Bib 99. Just taking a run down the track, making sure everyone's paying attention, making sure the timing is working properly, and getting all the officials' eyes on the track and ready to go for the actual racers of the event, which should start very soon.
Fantastic. Jake and I are going to be doing our best to provide you with live commentary and live timing. We're not sure how accurate we can be with the live timing. We will do our best to let you know who's on course, who's finishing, what the times are looking like, as well as where we are overall in the competition. Jake has access to some live timing, so we're just going to watch and we'll pass on whatever we can. Please bear with us. As I was about to say, this is new for Ontario Snowboard to be hosting an event and also broadcasting it live on YouTube along with the live audio that you're hearing now. So there's going to be some hiccups, but we're really, really proud to be bringing this to you live today. And Jay Ferguson has been putting this all together with his fantastic team. So thank you to Jay and the audiovisual team.
All right, any moment now, you'll see our first racer come down the track for their first time run. Should be bib number 1, Clark Teagan. Just waiting to see that. We are following them on the live timing as well, so we'll do our best to give you those updated times. And here we go, bib number 1 going down the track for her first timed run and qualification run.
Jake, do you know, are the FIS racers going to be going first, or is there a specific order for non-FIS?
Yeah, good question. So these are our FIS athletes. These are FIS female. We'll be starting with them. There are 9 of them. So we'll be working our way through the FIS female, and then I believe we'll go straight into FIS male, and then we have a large non-FIS category as well, male and female. Got about 67 athletes in total today for our competition. Okay, so bib number 2 just crossed the finish line there. I do have a time on her for 58 seconds, 44, 58:44. So that is now the time to beat. That's Katie McQuiggan, bib number 2. Now on course, bib number 3, one of our BC athletes, Hannah Turkington. On course, halfway down, coming into the final stretch here. One of our faster females, so she should lay down a good time. She's doing really well on the NORAM tour. All right, Hannah's time is 54:26. Bib number 4 now on course. And Sophie from Quebec. Working our way through the last kind of roller pack before a minor direction change and the last set of jumps to the finish lines. See how she does here. All right, 1 minute, 1 second. 1:01:58 for Anna Sophie. She'll be looking to make up some time on her second run. So currently the live timing is working pretty decent for us in terms of linking up with our footage. So we'll continue to do our best to feed you that information.
Jake, do our viewers have access to that live timing information, or is that just local to us?
They do. They can find that on livetiming.com. You'll just have to plug in the name of the competition, and it should show up there. You click on the link, and that'll take you to the competition start list, and the live timing results will come through as the athletes proceed down the track one at a time.
That's great. I mean, if you have friends or family or club mates who are racing today, we highly encourage you as you're watching along to check the live timing at the website that Jake just mentioned. What you're seeing on screen with a very minor delay is what we're seeing happen outside live, and the timing seems to be matching up really well. And we have an athlete off course here. We're under a yellow flag. Not sure what happened.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a course hold. Someone may have gone down and they had to stop the athlete that was behind them already on course. So it may have interrupted at least one of the athletes. So there could possibly be a rerun for the athlete that got interrupted for that run. So we'll see. They should proceed with the course clear, and then they'll get that next rider who's in the gate on track.
Jake, you and I were talking earlier about some of the safety equipment we see out there in terms of the netting, the dye on the snow. Obviously, lots of volunteers with the yellow flags, and and we're live again. We'll get back to that comment in a minute.
Some bib number 7, Nicola Dempsey, another BC athlete, coming down the middle of the track through this kind of chicane section and then through a long roller pack before the final stretch. Currently, her teammate Hannah is holding first place with her time run, so we'll see how Nicola does. 56:52 for Nicola, bib number 7. Looks like we've got a Quebec rider on track. Number 8, Rose. Oh, just hangs on over one of those last jumps. And through the finish line. Rose's time is 55.49, putting her in second position so far. Bib number 9 on track. Bib number 9, Mia Campbell crosses the finish line. Just waiting for her time to come through. 59.41 with a 5th place position currently. So that should round us up for our FIS female division. They'll take just a short break as they've got the FIS males lining up. And it looks like we'll be starting off with a BC rider, Kai Hooper, sorry. That'll be bib number 10. Here we go, on course. This is one of our more experienced riders, Norm level rider. I think he's got a couple World Cup starts as well, so he should put down a pretty fast time on this course today. There goes Kai through the finish line.
Carrying lots of speed there.
Kai's time is 51.49. Start the day off with the time to beat. Bib number 17 should be on course. Got Oliver Gagne from Quebec. Working his way down and across the finish line with a time of 52.47. And our next rider is on course already. One of his teammates from Quebec, Mason Griffin. Oh, looks like he made a minor mistake at the end there.
What happened?
Thought the finish line was coming a little earlier than he expected, throwing a check, so that'll cost him a little bit, and I'll have to make it up on his second run. Mason Griffin, Mason, 52.29 across the finish line, putting him in second place, so he can definitely improve that.
And they get to choose their best time, not the average of the two, correct?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
They'll take the best time from their 2 timed runs, and that'll take them into the finals for seeding them into the final heats. Another Quebec rider on track. Got Anthony Damas.
You see him actively working those rollers, using his legs.
15. Sorry, that was not Anthony. It was Jacob Labelle crossing the finish line from Quebec. Jacob Labelle with a time of 51.85. Currently sitting in second place. Another Quebec rider on track now, bib number 21, Simon Renard, crossing the finish line. The time of 52.31, sitting in fourth place. Looks like we've got one of our local Ontario riders here from the Ontario provincial team, Ben Swain. making his way through the bottom section of the track.
What's the time to beat so far? 51 and change?
Yeah, we have 51:49 is the top time to beat right now by Kai Hooper. Ben crosses the finish line with a 54:11, putting him in 7th place. Another Quebec rider on track. Bib number 13, Hans Schumer. And through the mid jump section of this track, then there's a little bit of a chicane here into the long roller pack.
These kids are carrying a ton of speed as they flash by the window here at the broadcast booth. We can see them to our left going over that roller pack, and they are working every inch of the snow to try to find an advantage.
Our next rider, bib number 22, making his way to the finish line, Matthew Miranda. Matthew crosses the line with a run of 56:86. So we've got a decent length track here at Beaver Valley. Anything that's close to a minute long is considered a good length track for this level of riders. Bib number 23 on course, Scott Vincent. Vincent works his way through the chicane and through the roller section, leading him to the bottom set of jumps. We're on to bib number 18, James Rowlandson. A little bit of jumping around with the footage in our timing today, so we apologize for that. We're not able to get all the runs, and with the quick intervals that they are running these athletes at to make sure we stay on time for today's schedule, we may miss a few of the times and the calls here, so bear with us. Bib number 25, Jackson, 56:41, puts him in 12th place currently. Time to beat is still 51:49 by Kai Hooper. Looks like we've got bib number 27 on course. Owen, bib number 27, making his way through the jump section and down towards the finish. Looking to beat that top time today. Owen with a time of 55:77. Bib number 28, Gabriel, crosses the finish line with a 57.68. Only a couple more riders left in this field for the FIS men. Bib number 29 currently on track, Jack Freeman. Jack crosses the finish line with a time of 1 minute, 3 seconds. And we've got our last rider for today's FIS men. Bib number 30, Jake Mendel. Looks to me like he's only wearing a t-shirt out there. Oh boy.
Aerodynamic drag.
He's going for it.
If someone comes down in shorts, I'll be impressed.
Yeah. Well, it's only getting warmer out there today. All right.
There we go.
Jake Mendel crosses the finish line with a 59.41.
So that's the FIS women and the FIS men.
That's right. Yeah.
Gone now, and now we will move into non-FIS riders, women and men.
That's correct.
And I think, Jake, you had said to me earlier, you said there were 60. You thought there were 60 some odd FIS competitors, or was that the?
That was the total. So we had we've got 30 FIS competitors and 37 non-FIS that we'll be starting with shortly here.
And as you can tell, they're sending them off in very short order. It seems like there's only 2 riders on course at any given time, but they're certainly, if they're getting green flags all the way down and there's no yellow, they're sending off the next athlete to keep the timing.
So this would be the rerun that I mentioned may happen from the disruption on course for the FIS female. So we've got bib number 6, Kenzie Tomlinson, doing her rerun.
And she's through the gate, finish line. So that should be the end of the FIS category. Some pretty quick times there. Some kids carrying a lot of speed. And they'll be analyzing their runs with their coaches, see where they can try to squeeze out a little bit of extra time on their second run. Of course, the snow conditions are changing. We were talking about this a little bit earlier with the warm air around us and the sunshine. The course is changing quite a bit. And Jake, you were saying that can really be a challenge for the athletes over the course of the day.
Yeah, definitely. The conditions will change, especially in those banks where they're having to edge quite hard to get their direction changed. Those will get beaten up a little bit today, but I think overall, with all the maintenance that's going on track in between the runs and the breaks, it should be good for all of them, regardless, I would think. But there'll be some adjustments they'll have to make throughout the day, definitely, especially when it comes to heats and they're running in packs of 4 and maybe they're not on that line that they want, and they'll have to adjust to the snow that's a little different from their time trial run.
Jake and I are sitting slopeside today, enjoying a beautiful day. And as I said, we can see the racers flash past us here about 2/3 of the way down the hill, roughly. And we're lucky to be working with a really professional audiovisual crew. And someone was nice enough to go down the hill and get us coffees, which really hit the spot. And we are super lucky in that one of our partners, Maple Leaf Foods, has just come by and dropped off some really nice snacks. So we've got some Schneider's pepperettes and some other really good things to share. And so Jake and I aren't going to go hungry here. And what is that, Jake? A grab and snack protein box. Looks fantastic. So I think I know what we're having for lunch.
Giddy.
So thank you to Maple Leaf Foods for bringing by some treats for the crew. And of course, if you want to drop by the audio booth and see Jake and I, we're slopeside, and you can come by and have a pepperette with us. We'll be here. We'll be here at Beaver Valley all day, enjoying a wonderful day of snowboard cross racing.
And you can't miss us. We've got our ice fishing tents in place, and we're staying warm.
I noticed the ice fishing here at Beaver Valley Ski Club is terrible.
Okay, here we go. So that rider that just crossed the finish line would be our first female from the non-FIS category, Ela Cooper. So now we're kicking off with the non-FIS category females. We've got our next rider on course, bib number 52. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get you the times for these athletes due to them not being posted on the live timing. That'll be only the FIS competitors.
Jake, are these athletes trying to build up a base of races so that they can become FIS or FIS qualified? Is that how the progression works?
Yeah. So the provincial series races, some of them would be FIS events. Some of them are not FIS events. So these athletes are definitely on the pathway to start doing more FIS events, gaining that experience with slightly bigger competitions and bigger competitive fields where they do have the chance to gain the points. Some of them are too young to be FIS yet. So it's just a matter of them getting to these competitions, gaining the experience, see where they're at within the field, and then when the time is right, between themselves and their coaches and the parents, put them into the FIS categories, and of course they've got to be the proper age to do so, and then they can start gaining those FIS points, which will eventually kick off their more competitive career, which can last a long time for some of these younger athletes.
And I think we said we think that the age group roughly today, the span is from around 10 to maybe 21 or 22, depending on the individual and the grouping they're in. But we've got a very wide spectrum of ages. Great to see participation at this level and with these kind of numbers. Are you able to see bid numbers here? We can.
Yeah, I'm just picking up on them now. I think this is bid number 56. Went through, so we should be on 57.
Brielle?
Rasico,
I think.
You got that right.
I believe.
So, perhaps there's a quick.
Sorry to Brielle if we're pronouncing your name wrong.
Be a little bit of a course hold currently. It looks like we do have bib 58 on course. making their way down. Just getting a feel for the bigger features out there. For some of these athletes, this would be one of the bigger, faster, more committing courses that they've seen this season and perhaps throughout their SBX journey. So
I guess there's better to be a bit cautious and work on your skills and learn the course than make a mistake and end up into the nets. But nice to see these young ladies and young men out there. I think we have no, there she is.
There she is. Okay, good. I'm glad she got up. It looks like she had a little bit of a edge catch there and went down. So she's up and riding. She's okay. That's good. Next on track should be bib number 59, Elizabeth Lavoie.
Lavoie?
Lavoie.
Sorry again, Elizabeth,
Perhaps.
we got your name wrong. We've got, we're doing our best. So we've just passed 12 o'clock noon here at Beaver Valley Ski Club in Southern Ontario. Lovely day. We have been racing on the SBX course for about 30 minutes. We've had 30 or 40 young athletes run the course, trying to work out the best line to take, the best way to attack all of the corners and bumps. And hopefully for their second run, put in a better time and make the cutoff for the next round. Jake, any comments from you so far on just the quality of the snow or what you're seeing with how the athletes are dealing with some of the obstacles?
Yeah, I think for the most part we're seeing some good riding out there. A wide range of skills and skill levels, but that's what it's all about: getting the experience and. Trying something bigger and new. I'm sure all of them have had their discussions with their coaches for different strategies, and they all may have different goals for this competition. But I think everything's off to a good start. We're just in the beginning part of our non-FIS female category for their first run of qualifications. It's going great. Here we go. We're back on track. Things are rolling. Looks like we've got a Quebec athlete.
Is that 60 Simone Langlois?
Let's see. I think you're right. Bib number 60 on course. Next up should be Lily Turner, bib 61.
Hi, everybody. We're back here with the Jr Nationals Snowboardcross Championships at lovely Beaver Valley Ski Club in Southern Ontario. We have a wonderful day, and we're working our way through the first round for all the athletes it's Kirk and Jake calling the action today.
And we just had bib number 61 cross the finish line. So here's bib number 62. Callie Grace, bib number 62, coming through the chicane section of this course. So we're just working our way through our non-FIS female categories. Here goes Callie, keeping the board straight and flat right to the finish line. Next on course, bib number 63, Tang Kalina.
Not sure if our viewers can hear it, but beside us at the window, we've got some parents on course yelling as their kids and kids in their club go flying by or in their province. So really great to see spectators out on course today.
All right, bib number 64 on course.
Danny, I think is that Danny?
Annie Baldon. Crossing the finish line for Danny. Next up on course, bib number 65, Lorraine, sorry. Oh, Florian was down. Up quickly though, good recovery. She'll have another go at it for her second run to make up on that one.
She looked like she was doing quite well up to that point.
She
So
did, yeah, she's moving. All right. Number 66 through our middle jump section.
might be Landsey Way. Sorry, Landsey, if we're pronouncing that improperly.
She's looking good, staying in her tuck, nice and low, moving well. All right, on track is bib number 67, Samantha Shelley.
Samantha looking very smooth, very quick.
And two more female riders in the non-FIS category coming up. So next on track should be bib number 68, Abigail Hoder. Looking smooth through the chicane section, working those rollers. She's going to have a great time. She'll be happy with that run. On course should be bib number 69, Hope Smith.
Hope easy to pick out on course in her fancy orange pants. Looking very speedy.
Yeah, one of our younger, smaller riders out there, but riding really well. There's a good group of smaller athletes, younger athletes that have really impressed me over the last couple days with their riding. It's not an easy course for them, and they're pretty fearless. And there goes Hope crossing the finish line. And it looks like, we'll have one more female rider in the non-FIS category with Kayla Taylor, bib number 70, on course.
And I just saw someone going across the finish line with the blue dye marking the actual finish line. So maybe they got some feedback that it was hard to tell where the finish line was. So in our next shot of a finisher, we should see if that's been effective.
This might be a rerun because we've jumped back up into the 50s. Bib number 58, Annie Ackhurst. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. There we go, Annie's across the finish line. Okay, and here's Kayla Taylor for her first of 2 qualifying runs, and will be our last female non-FIS competitor for this morning for the first runs.
Overall, Jake, so far I'm super impressed with what I've seen. We've had a pretty large number of, we're almost through all of the athletes. We've got maybe 20 left, but so far very impressive. Oh, good recovery. These kids are being aggressive and are really trying to find that right line. Would you say that most coaches? Oh, we've got another. Is this one of the guys, or is this?
This could be our first male competitor for the non-FIS category.
Okay.
Assuming Daxon Balden, number 71, is it?
Sorry, I can't read that.
50s.
Would you say, Jake, that there's only one fast line on a course like this, or are there a couple options that the athletes can take?
Typically, the race line for the qualification rounds, there is more of like a one kind of race line. That would be noted as the fastest line on the track. So a lot of them, working with their coaches, will do their best to stay on that race line, which they've determined from their training runs yesterday and doing some video review and whatnot. And then when it gets into the heats, of course, they'll try to stay on that race line, but it's much more difficult when you've got 3 other competitors around you.
Right.
So here we are. This is bib number 71. This is the first male competitor of the non-FIS. Daxon Balden crossing the finish line. Number 72 should be on course. Xavier Feuerhert, perhaps. Apologies to the family if we've gotten that all messed up. Looking good, pointing that board, keeping it flat all the way to the finish. Awesome.
Well done.
Okay, bib number 73 should be our next athlete on course. Odin Frail.
Another brave youngster in a t-shirt. You can see him working aggressively over those bumps to keep his board flat and on the snow.
All right, next up, bib number 74, Casper Janke. Goes Casper through the jump section in the middle of the track. Into the chicane, staying nice and low. Very smooth. Now working his way through the roller pack. Bib number 75, Felix Gardot.
Goudreau.
Goudreau.
If I had to take a stab at that.
I think you got it. Should be our next athlete on track. There's Felix. Nice big air over the jumps. Looking smooth through the chicane. Working the rollers. Nice movement down on the bottom of the track. Good tuck to the finish. Good run, Felix. Next up, we have bib number 76, Rylan Bergeron.
Bergeron. Yeah, I think you're got that. There's some names here that when I was a boy, these were not popular, but some really great names here, including Odin and Casper and Felix and Rylan. Much more interesting than all the Bobs and Steves and
Yeah.
Mikes that I went to school with.
All right.
Shot of some of our volunteers up on course.
Okay, here we should have bib number 77, Elio Barge. Awesome. Good run, Elio. And next up, the number 78 on course, Gabriel Dubé.
Yeah. I think, Jake, I just realized what's happening is we don't have any of the accents over the French names.
I know.
So when we see Dubé, there is no accent above the E. So it's a little more difficult for the two of us to read names. So bear with us. If you want to come by the tent and give us the correct pronunciation of your name, we're happy to have we're happy to have the input.
Okay, bib number 79 making their way down to the finish. Jonah. How do you pronounce that one?
That is an interesting one. Ing A Fook. Jonah, apologies, have no way to know.
Interesting.
Hyphenated last name.
Okay, on course, Patrick Janik. Bib number 80. Yeah, Patrick, maintaining that nice tuck all the way to the finish. Good job. Next up, bib number 81, Stuart Smith. On course, Stuart Smith. Another little shredder. On course now, bib number 82, Isaac Rousseau.
And as Jake had mentioned earlier, we are not getting live timing results for these non-FIS riders. So they will be posted online, but we're just not getting them here in the booth. In case you're wondering why we were able to call out sometimes earlier and not now. That's a good run by Isaac.
Next athlete on course, bib number 83, Asher April.
There he goes. Looks like quite a young rider, so nice to see him out, being aggressive on the course in his T-shirt. Oh, no, I take that back. He's got an orange jacket underneath. But doing a great job absorbing those big jumps.
Okay, next up, bib number 84, Cian McRonald. On course. Only a few more male athletes in our non-FIS category to go through, and then we'll be starting back up with the second run for all the FIS athletes. On course should be bib number 85, Roy Jensen. Yeah, it's pointing it through the jump section, but hanging on. All right, quickly back up to the top. Actually, down in the middle section already. This guy's moving super fast. Got bib number 86, Noah Lalonde. '86 or '7?
I'm sorry,
That
I
looks
can't
like
read that.
'87 actually.
Yeah.
That could be Oliver. Let's see, we're just waiting for confirmation from the top, but that could have been our last non-FIS male competitor, which means we would be starting back up with the FIS riders from the top for their second run and second chance to beat their time and make their way into the final rounds at the best time possible for their seeding.
Yeah, these camera angles are fantastic. They really give you a view of the terrain the athletes are riding over. Back to our previous comment about the team here at Beaver Valley and the course that they built. Lots of exciting features, and you can see the athletes having to work really hard to maintain their speed and find the right line. Jake, is that something that can be taught, or is that a natural skill that a young athlete can find a fast line? Is it a matter of just having good field vision, or is it repetition? How do these kids go about finding that line over time in their career?
Yeah, definitely a combination of a few things. Experience is a huge part of it. Some of them will be doing other sports that work nicely with snowboard cross in terms of finding race lanes. A lot of them do. A lot of them will bike, mountain bike, downhill, so they will have that sense of what line could be faster, how they generate speed. But for sure, a lot of it at the younger age is working with a coach, trying new things, getting on that fast line, really analyzing the faster riders and making sure you're picking up on where they are on track. So it looks like we're starting back up with bib number 1 in our FIS female category. So we should be able to get you some live times again.
This looks like
second run.
Tegan Clark. Now that has, under nationality, that has a U.S.
Australian. I did meet a young lady the other day that said she was from Australia, so this must be her.
She's had a bit of a spill, but nice to see her getting back up and keeping at it.
Her first time was 1 minute 51 seconds, so she's on track to beat that. Let's see what her second run comes in at. (1:43.17). So she did beat her first run, so good for her.
And a nice recovery. Yeah.
Okay, bib number 2 should be on course. Katie McQuiggan. Oh no, this is Hannah
Turkington.
This
Says 3.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks. It's Hannah Turkington, BC, on track. She had the time to beat on her first run, so
she's carrying great speed across that finish line. And there's number 4 coming in, which is Anne-Sophie Schonbeck.
So Hannah did beat her first run by a little bit. That's great. 54:04. We're on bid number 4 now, Anne-Sophie. Again, all these athletes are taking their second run, trying to beat their first qualification run and put themselves in a good seating for the final rounds this afternoon.
You can recognize the Quebec athletes. They have the black pants with the white maple leaf festooned around the ankles. Easy way to pick them up. Tell that they've arrived with Team Quebec. Very sharp looking.
Yeah, it's nice to see them all in that race gear, taking it seriously. Some really good riders here from Quebec, so it's awesome. We have here bib number 6, Kenzie Tomlinson.
For those of you wondering, the snow in Quebec has been slightly better than it has been here in Ontario this winter. But these athletes are finding a way to get out on their boards as much as they can with the snow that's been available. And even here at the middle of March, it's hard to find good courses with good snow most weekends, as those of you that are boarders and skiers will know.
Okay, we got Nicola Dempsey crossing the finish line. Looking to better her time. Let's see what it comes in at. 56.71, slightly slower than her first run. Oh, come on, big, saved it. Another Quebec rider. It's Rose, bib number 8. Rose Savard Ferguson. Her time to beat was 55.49 from her first run. She crosses the finish line. 55.11. Good for her. She bettered her run a bit.
Howdy. Lunch delivery. We got this bag, I believe. There you go. Cheers.
Thank you. All right, our final competitor for the female FIS athletes, bib number 9, Maya Campbell.
There we go. Jake, are you able to see, does that rank based on both times now, or is that giving you a live update on positions based on the 2 runs?
Sure, it looks like it is. So we've got our, so our top 3 riders from the FIS female category. We just saw do their second runs is first place and fastest run of the day so far for the females was Hannah Turkington, with her fastest run being her second run at 54.04, which was the time to beat. Rose Savard Ferguson in second, with her fastest time being 55.11. And we've got Nicola Dempsey. Her fastest time was her first run with 56.52. And rounding off that top 4 was Katie McQuiggan, with her fastest run being a 58.02. So they'll be taking those 9 athletes, taking the best top 8 times, and then putting them into 2 brackets of 4 for the final runs this afternoon.
Great. Well, we'll wait to see what the pairings are, the groupings for the 8 athletes. Very fortunate that Jake's able to track live times here, and that's certainly a big help for viewers. And Jake, you said that the website, if you want to follow, is
live-timing.com. Live-timing.com.
And then just search for today's event. We will do our best, obviously, to pass this information on to you, but we are at the mercy of that information getting to us as well. And coming up shortly is the FIS men. They'll only pick the top 8 as well. Is that correct? Or are there ever more than
enough to do top 16 here? Yeah, okay, should be. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I think with our FIS men today, they'll be doing a top 16 bracket. Got 20 competitors, and they should be taking the top 16 times and putting them into heats of 4 for this afternoon's final rounds.
Great. Well, the second run, I'm sure we'll see all the kids working hard to try to better their times so they can make it through to that final 16 and compete for a podium spot.
Yeah, currently we've got our top time for our male FIS competitor being Kai Hooper with a 51.49. He should be dropping in for his second run any moment, or possibly even on course. Looks like he may be on course already. And here we go. Here comes Guy coming through the middle section, the jump line. looking to better his run and making it harder for his competitors to beat his top run. Kai crosses the finish line. And he betters his time with a 51.32. On course is Oliver Gagne, number 17. And he'll be followed by Griffin Mason. They run these intervals pretty tight, so we'll do our best to keep up to them. This is Griffin you're seeing coming down track now. Bib number 16. And he'll be followed by Anthony Domas. Oliver Gagne also bettered his time, so maybe the track's running a bit faster, or just with their second run they're pushing it a bit harder. It could be a combination, but they're obviously going for it. Running well. Griffin Mason also looked like he knocked off about a second. He's got a 51.38.
Looks like most of these guys are running a bit faster on their second run.
Yeah.
Either the snow's improved, or they figured out a better line, or their confidence is up, or they just realize they need to get a little more aggressive if they want to make that final grouping for a podium spot.
This is Jacob Laval crossing the finish line, bib number 15. Jacob. Time of 52.06. Pretty consistent with his last run, just slightly slower. Bib number 11. Ben Swain on course. We're seeing him come through the bottom section chicane and into the final stretch. Looks like he made a little bit of a mistake entering that chicane and slid out. That'll cost him a bit of time.
Rod or Howie is what you think.
Oh, we do have a rider down. He's getting up though. He's okay. It's at 13. Yeah, bib number 13, Hans Schumer. Picked himself up. He's good. So he'll be looking for that first run to get him in a good position. The second one won't do it, unfortunately. He had a good first run though. So should be okay.
Stop section 4. Right now, right around the corner.
His body language showing a little frustration there, as I'm sure one small mistake can cost you an entire run.
Yeah.
And we've got another athlete down and back up again.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a course hold right now, just to make sure they can get down the track safely, clear the track, and send the next rider.
Two in a row, and it looked like they fell in a very similar location on the course. So we may have the maintenance crews out there taking a look if there's something structural.
Now, I'm not sure if Matthew Miranda got on track when they had that course hold, so there's a possibility he may have to do a rerun, but let's see. So we'll either see bib number 22 coming down next or 23. Maybe they caught him in time where he could walk back up to the start, but it's to be determined.
It's a great shot of our two ski patrollers that are with us today. I had a nice chat with them up at the top of the hill, and they were very positive about the how the course was looking and conditions for the athletes. Always appreciate to have the ski patrol teams out. And there you can see a groomer making some minor adjustments to one part of the course.
Okay, it sounds like they've cleared the course, so we should be seeing our next athlete come down any moment.
And Jake, when you've had 50 or 60 athletes go over the course one or two times, I guess that can really start to mess up the line and mess up the snow conditions, or cause some carving that could throw you off as a following competitor.
Yeah, especially in these conditions, it's pretty soft out there. So yeah, there'd be quite a few ruts, and maybe what we like to call bomb holes or whatnot from their overshooting. Like this is one of the sections where they can overshoot easily, and because the snow's so soft, it'll create these holes that they have to rake out and maintain every once in a while. So here is our next rider. He's way down, number 23. So that is Vincent Scott. So he had a good run. So I think 22 did have to go back up for a rerun because we didn't see him come down, did we?
We missed Matthew Miranda in there somewhere. Try and keep an eye open for him as we go along.
Number 24 crosses the finish line. Hudson Rafe Hudson. The time of 53:30. On course now, we're looking at James Rollinson, bib number 18. Making his way across the finish line. James looking to better his run. 57:19 for James, so slightly better run there. Bib number 25, Jackson Cohen. Jackson McCohen over a second faster on his second run, so it was a great run by Jackson.
And is that 51:49 still our best time to beat? I think.
Yeah, Kai Hooper. So he did better his run on his second run with a 51:32, puts him in first place for the qualification rounds. Griffin Mason, just behind him with a 51:38. So That's really tight between first and second. So those guys will have a good battle racing this afternoon. We have bib number 27 crossing the finish line. Owen
Wagelin.
56.49 on the second run. Bib number 28 on course.
It's Gabrielle Leboeuf. If my Gabrielle working really hard on these features.
Yeah, these guys are pushing it. They're some of the faster riders on track today, and we're going to see them have some tight battles this afternoon. It's a slightly tighter track than usual for some of these riders. It's a fast one as well. So.
And you can see how hard they're working and how athletic you have to be. I mean, the shape that you have to be in to train all day, but to compete at this level, you can see the effort, the physical effort that's going into it.
Definitely, they're putting a ton of energy from top to bottom, and I can guarantee you, they're even with the just under minute track, their legs should be burning by the time they get to the bottom. They're taking every opportunity they can get to generate speed, stay low.
And by the time you're at the Olympic level, what's the typical time length of a course? Does it get up to 2 minutes?
No, not that long. I mean, World Cup and Olympic courses are generally anywhere from a minute to a minute 20 seconds. They try to keep them within a minute. Sometimes we'll have to have shorter courses, which they may call like a sprint event, and they can be under a minute. Some of the last World Cups were shorter versions of races as well, and I think they were in the mid 40s, low 40s. Right. As long as they create a good, challenging track that's exciting to watch, then the athletes still get a great experience out of it.
Of course, with a minute, once we start going, four racing, within a minute, if you make a mistake, I imagine at a highly competitive level that you're used to, it's pretty hard to recover from any.
It is
a mistake.
Yeah, definitely. That's
you just run out of time, I suppose.
Yeah. Generally, the name of the game is the least amount of mistakes as possible. Those ones that are making mistakes are not going to have the chance of the top positions because there's always someone behind you taking advantage of those mistakes, especially when it gets into heats and the passing opportunities are clear.
Right. Is there, from a strategic point of view, is there ever any point in not being in first place? Like, is there some advantage to sitting in second and biding your time?
There are some tracks that the draft play for racing is a huge effect, and you'll have athletes that purposely either pull late or kind of wait a bit to pick up on that draft from the person ahead of them to then pass them in a good passing area down track where there's not enough track left time for someone else to repass them.
Right.
So there is some strategy there to not always be in front, but that will depend on the track layout and the conditions that day.
Right.
For sure.
And on a typical course, do the designers lay out a few areas where passing is specifically designed into the course? And I'll go with the Formula One analogy here, that in Formula One, you can really only pass at the end of a very long straight. So a typical modern Formula One course for cars will have, 2 long straights or maybe 3 long straights. And they're designed that way because they know that using DRS and some other techniques like drafting, as you say, that those are built in for passing. Did the designers on snowboard courses do the same?
I don't know if they're always designing around passing spots, but for sure there's a bit of a pattern from course to course. They always want to be able to spread out the athletes as much as possible leading into bank one. So that would mean there would be some passes. That way it's not a pinch point and you have crashes into bank one.
Okay.
So that's a strategy from the designing point of view, which means they usually have like a more technical start section. Let's just get caught up on our riders here. Where are we at? We're getting sidetracked, nerding out on snowboardcross talk.
Pick up this young athlete's number and see where we're at. 50. What? Sorry, I'm struggling to see that.
Same. She's got a
52.
pretty funky helmet on. I think we're at 52.
I believe she has
52.
She has a shark on top of her helmet.
Avalyn, 52. Avalyn Smurl.
Wow, that is excellent. I think everyone should have to have a shark on top of their helmet. Well done.
So our next rider should be bid for 53. Ava Grosskopf.
Yeah.
And so we've now moved into our non-FIS athletes, starting with the females. So we will not have times, live timing for these athletes, but we'll do our best to keep caught up with the names and the bib numbers. So here's Ava, bib number 53. Ava working her way track and into the finish stretch. Next up, we should be seeing. Oh,
She's okay. Great news.
okay. Mackenzie Ann Hansen, bib number 54, should be our next rider on track. Here she comes. Oh, went a little long. Recovered. Okay, bib number 55, Xiao Buao. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. On track. Yeah, and this will be our second run, qualification run for our non-FIS female. All of them looking to better their times and putting them in the best position possible for their final rounds this afternoon. All right, next up, bib number 57, 56, Eleanor Pro. On track. My apologies, on the screen now we're seeing 57, Brielle. Okay, bib number 58 is on course. Annie Ackenhurst.
This is number 60, I believe. Is that right?
60.
Or did we miss? Did we miss somebody?
Simone
Langlois.
Langlois.
So did we miss Elizabeth Lavoie? Perhaps. Keep an eye out for 59. Simone looking very quick, carrying a lot of speed across that finish line.
All right, next up, we should have Lily Turner at number 61.
That is her, Lily Turner. On course now in the black pants, the white top, carrying lots of speed through the bumps. Number 62 coming down the course right now, Callie Grace Lemmix. Looking nice and smooth.
Yeah, good run for Callie. We've seen her on the podium a couple times this season already, so let's see if she can do it again here at Beaver. On track, bib 63, Kalina Tang. All right, next rider should be bib number 64. Coming around the corner. Here we go, Danny Baldwin, 64.
From an athlete build perspective, are there obvious things you look for from mass and height? I mean, is height an advantage or a disadvantage? Are heavier kids or more muscular kids, do they have an advantage over time over a smaller athlete in snowboarding in general on the speed events?
I think it can depend on the track, for sure. Some of the tracks that are known to be long gliding tracks, the bigger, heavier you are, that may help for sure. But a lot of it comes down to how well you're moving, how well you're working those features. Even a small individual can move really well and generate a good amount of speed. So it does vary a bit from track to track, but for sure, weight and size and strength, it's all factored in. And, but for sure, it's also how you're using your abilities.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the physics of it would be wind resistance versus mass, right? The effect of gravity on your mass. But I guess everybody learns to adapt and use their particular build to their advantage over time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's a lot you can get out of generating speed. Like some of these Some of these more race-specific boards are quite a bit stiffer than your average board. So when you're working features, pumping features, and using that tail of the board to push from effectively, you can generate quite a bit of speed. So, a lot of it comes down to the proper equipment as well.
Yeah. And on course now, we have, wait to see a number here. 68, 69.
It's tough to see.
Right. For our viewers, we're getting the same view that you are. We're not seeing this live, well, a tiny bit, but so we're struggling seeing through the safety netting also. That looks like
I think that's
69.
Yeah, so just to catch you up, we're at bib number 69, Hope, one of our last female non-FIS competitors.
68 prior to her was Abigail Hodder, just for those of you that are watching. And our last female athlete should be 70, Kyla Taylor, if we've got this right.
Okay, so here's our last female competitor in the non-FIS category, the Kyla Taylor. Her second run of the day. Well, it's a long day for these athletes. I mean, they've already had quite a few runs with training and waiting a little bit for delays. So, it's a lot to ask from them, but they're ready for it. They always know that the competition days can be a little bit longer than expected. Thankfully, we've got some great weather for today's event, and that's not as much a factor. Oh, Kayla got a little heavy on that last jump, landing short, but she's up and taking it to the finish. Good for her. That should wrap us up for the females with the non-FIS, and we'll move into the males for our non-FIS category. Starting us off in the male should be bib number 71, Daxon Baldwin. Followed by bib number 72, Xavier Fierhert. This little guy moves really well. I was watching him quite a bit yesterday.
Nice low.
There you go. Xavier's across the finish line. Next up, we'll have bib number 73, Odin Frail.
Course appears to be holding up well. The snow looks great. Our weather is holding up. We're pretty consistent here. Big front coming through tomorrow. We're expecting to get rain, unfortunately, but it's today looks like we're going to get through all of our riders, all of our events with no troubles.
There's bib number 74, Casper Janik. Had a pretty clean first run. Another good little rider. Moving well, staying low, keeping that board flat. Yeah, even a little poke at the finish there. On course now should be Felix Gonder.
I'm going to say Goudreau.
Goudreau. Very sorry. Felix, bib number 75. Felix on course.
The only reason I recognize that, I think there's a hockey player, Johnny Goudreau, and I recognize that name.
Maybe they're related.
Oh. If your uncle played in the NHL, then you decide to take up snowboard cross.
Okay, on course now, bib number 76, Rylan Bergeron.
Yeah, Bergeron, yeah.
Bib number 77, Elio Barget on course. Following Elio will be bib number 78, Gabriel Dubé. Oh, 79, just a little bit of a mistake there, but they're up. Bib number 79, Jonah, back up and running. Looks like he's okay.
Mm-hmm. Are there any family dynasties in snowboarding? Are there any snowboarding been around long enough for some moms or dads to have done really well, and now their kids are starting to show promise that you're aware of?
Because snowboardcross is so new, I don't think it's happened quite yet. We've got some coaches here that have probably competed for fun and a bit serious at some point in their life, and they do have kids that are out training and competing, and they're coaching them, which is great to see, right? But snowboardcross in general is a fairly new sport, so I don't think we've seen that next generation quite yet coming around.
Right. Kids wanting to follow in mom and dad's footsteps and continue the family name.
Yeah.
Although in some cases it may scare them off.
Yeah.
81 is Stuart Smith on course now. Youngster working hard to get every kilometer of speed he can out of those features.
A good run for him. All right.
That is Isaac Rousseau. Looks like one of our riders from Quebec.
Next up should be Asher April.
I want to say Aprile or April. Sorry, Asher, for getting that wrong.
That's right. Yeah.
It's interesting. If you don't carry enough speed over those double jumps, you really slam into the backside or the front side of that second.
You do. That was one of the changes they made overnight. It's one of the spots on track that has a bit of overspeed, and some of the athletes were overshooting it yesterday, so they made a bit of a change. I think for some of the younger ones, there you can see it's hard to make the gap because they're going a little bit slower, and then if they don't make the gap and land on either the top of the knuckle or on the sweet spot of the landing side, then they have to take that impact, which is never that nice, and a lot harder when you're.
I think that's what we saw in that fall there, that he slammed into that front side, and it took all the pace off him.
Okay, on course now, we've got bid number 84, Cian McRonald. He's crossing the finish line. We're jumping back up to the start here. Should have 85, Roy Jensen.
Yep.
Only a couple more riders left in this category, and that'll finish off our second run for the qualification rounds.
And for our viewers, there is some question as to whether we're going to be taking a lunch break for 30 minutes so the kids can get some lunch. We'll try to keep you posted. I think Jake and I would probably take that opportunity to go off the air for 15 minutes and have our own lunch. We've just been delivered some really nice brie sandwiches, I believe. As we said before, we've got our Schneider's pepperettes from Maple Leaf Foods, who are fantastic. They're bringing snacks for all the crew to enjoy. So we're eyeballing those. We promise we won't eat while we're on air. Could get, but we'll keep you posted on lunch break for the athletes.
Okay, one of the last riders for qualification rounds in this category of the non-FIS. We've got bib number 86, Noah Lalonde. Should be our last rider for
That's
this morning's
87.
qualifications.
Yeah. Olivier Pedneau would be my attempt at that. And across our finish line. Now, is there anyone that has to rerun? Or was Olivier our last?
Just hearing through the radio, they're just double checking they've got clean times for everybody, and you don't have to do any reruns. Once that's confirmed, they will take a short break for lunch, as we mentioned, and get back to you for the final rounds. We'll also do a little check with all the gate judges just to make sure there's been no DQs during the time trial runs. A DQ would be missing a gate, going through a gate, or pulling off the course, not finishing. Sounds like we're good. It sounds like that was a wrap for the morning session of time trial runs for everyone.
Wonderful. Okay, so it looks like we're going to take a few minutes here for a lunch break. Before we go, we'll say thank you so much to our sponsors, Corbett's and Burton, the Government of Ontario, the Government of Canada, and also to Maple Leaf, as we had mentioned before. And Jake and I will be back with you in probably about 20 minutes. Catch up to you then. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's Jake and Kirk here at Beaver Valley Ski Club, Southern Ontario. It is 2:05 local time, and after the timed runs this morning for the Junior Nationals Snowboardcross competition, we are starting to move into the actual racing for the afternoon. It looks like they're doing a course check right now, so we should have athletes back on course pretty soon. Jake, do you want to take a few minutes and just walk us through what we can expect this afternoon from a competition perspective, please?
Yeah, definitely. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Beaver Valley Speed Nation SBX Junior National Championships. So just to catch everyone up, this morning we did a good block of training. We have qualification runs. They'll take the best, and those are individual runs. They take the best timed run from each athlete in each category, male and female, and then they will seed them in their heats depending on how big their categories are. The heats numbers will look slightly different. For example, with if you have sometimes they'll do a final round of 32, final round of 16, or a final round of 8. Because of our numbers being slightly lower this competition and having more categories than just a couple, some of the groupings today will have a lower amount of heats, and we'll explain that as we go through. But for example, again, for our FIS men, we had 20 athletes. They'd be taking the top 16 times and putting them into heats of 4 to race for the finals. So there'll be a portion of those qualifying athletes that did not make it into a finals, and the rest of them that did will be put into heats of 4, and they get to race head to head, which we'll start to see shortly here as they are getting everything organized from the top, getting all the officials in place, and we're almost ready to rock and roll.
Fantastic, thank you. You can see some signs there from some of our sponsors on course. Some of the scrim course has been in great shape. We're very fortunate with good weather today, as we were speaking about, with temperature around 8 or 10 degrees, a little bit of sunshine, no rain at all, and the course, Jake, appears to me as a non-professional, appears to me to be pretty quick. The kids are also able to carve quite well, and we've seen a couple of wipeouts, and it's been a soft landing for them. Overall, how would you assess the course from the timing this morning?
It's going to be an exciting race with the head-to-head racing, definitely, for a few reasons. It's a good length track. It's running fast. There's some good long straight sections. And then if you're looking at the video now, this jump section here, there's a bit of overspeed coming into this section. So you're going to see some of our faster male and female athletes charging forward through here and maybe landing a bit deep, overshooting the jumps, and they're going to have to hang on for dear life to keep standing and race to the finish. So I think it's going to be super exciting. The course is looking good. And I think you're going to see a lot of passing too, which will be great.
We were seeing times in the low 50 seconds. So I think our best run of the morning was 51:33, roughly. And so I'd be curious to see with the day's ongoing weather conditions and the snow conditions, plus head-to-head racing, I'll be curious to see how that will impact the snow. Any thoughts on it? You think things are getting slower, or does racing tend to speed up the athletes as well, or make them?
Because they're 4 wide, not everyone's going to be on that ideal race line.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think back to this morning when everyone was doing individual runs, typically all those runs would be in a fairly similar spot on track from top to bottom.
Right.
So with going 4 wide, yeah, some of the riders are not gonna be exactly where they want to be. The conditions will be slightly different than, say, some of the hard pack stuff in some of the berms compared to the slough in the berms. So yeah, everyone's gonna be battling for that ideal race line, but not necessarily able to get there, which will make things exciting.
There's a shot of some of our safety crew, some family members, and supporters of the athletes, including a young gal down there who appears to be packing snow into the security fences, which we appreciate. Jake and I are sitting course side here, about 2/3 of the way down. We have a pretty good view of the athletes as they go flashing by, and we will be doing our best to commentate based on the live feed that we see is the same one that you see. For those of you joining us this afternoon that weren't with us this morning, the only part of the course we really cannot see is the start. So we pick up the action about, what, Jake, 150 meters down from the start gate?
Yeah, just before the first bank. So yeah, we'll miss the start, the gate drop, the start, and the start section, but we should be able to pick up those heats leading into the first bank and then the rest of the track down to the finish.
Fantastic. And for those people that don't understand the rules as well as you do, can you explain what you explained to me this morning, which is contact rules? How do the contact rules, just so everybody's clear about what is allowed and not?
So I mean, everyone wants a clean, fair race, and most of the time you get that, but sometimes you don't. Yeah, the idea is that everyone is on their feet from top to bottom, but it is snowboard cross, and there can be some tight races with some contact. Now there's unintentional and intentional contact. Protecting your space with your arms without pushing can be a thing. As soon as there's like a push involved, that's when the contact is intentional, and the judges from the sidelines can call that on a person. If you cut somebody off and put them in the fence or through a gate, that also can go to the jury for decisions. So we're hoping today that there's not much of that going to be happening, but at the same time, the course is a bit on the tight side for some of the bigger athletes, and I do feel we will have some tight situations that they may have to review a little bit.
Right. And we're just getting a clear course in the sounds of it. For those of you, Jake and I were out having lunch on our break, and not only was Jake runners are in the gate. The 4 runners are in the gate, pardon me. So they'll run the course and get everybody prepared. But Jake was good enough at lunchtime to give me a bit of an outline of some of the rules, and assured me that at no point in his professional career did he ever push or pull any other competitor on course. So I don't think we're getting that in writing, but
the rules have changed.
Oh, was it a little more physical when you started out?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, yeah, the whole sport has changed quite a bit, from equipment to courses. Yeah, so it's different. I mean, they're still working at the tweaks with all their new rules with the yellow and red cards. It can seem confusing and a little bit of a mess from time to time, and hard to understand. But if for the ones who follow the World Cup scene when they're doing that. Looks like we've got a 4-runner on course here. A couple 4-runners, so this is great. That means they're kicking off the event this afternoon. The 4-runners testing the track out, getting the officials' heads on track and focused for safety reasons. And yeah, once the 4 runners have completed their run, we'll kick it off with the first round of heats.
And we are starting with which group?
That is a good question. I'm assuming we're going to start with. our FIS women.
Okay. And for those of you that were with us this morning, we are able, we believe, to pass on live timing and results for the races for the FIS athletes. But for the non-FIS, we don't get times or finished positions. But we will do our best to pass it along and keep you posted. We had a successful pass by the forerunners. They've completed, so we are very close to getting things kicked off here. There you're getting a shot of the surrounding Beaver Valley. And while you can see there's no snow off of the hill, Beaver Valley Ski Club has done an excellent job in making snow and moving it to the right spot. So we're in great shape. And we just received notification from race control that there are racers on course. And Jake, I think you've got some information on who.
I do. Looks like we're starting off with our U15 category. And we should have 2 heats of 3 athletes each. And here they are coming down track now. In this heat, we should have Shelly, Smirl, and Wee. Looks like Shelly's leading the pack down into the bottom of the track. Got green bib and blue bib fighting it out for second position. Remembering that number 1 and 2 across the line will move on to the next heat. There you go. Red's first. And, ooh, that could be a photo finish. That was tight. But Shelly for sure, red bib, Shelly is number 1. And I'm hearing over the radio that 52 green was second. So Shelly and Smurl. Next heat is going to be, and I only have last names, so bear with me, Lennox, Langor, and Baldwin. Should be coming into screen any moment now. All right, here they come into our vision. Red bib leading by only a couple board lengths. Looks like they're kind of fighting for position here. Okay, green, red. So U15. And then blue, Bodwin. So we've got Lennox and Langwall move on. Red bib and green bib. 13. This is hard to follow. I'm trying to do that in the other one.
Okay, and for those of you watching, there are more racers coming on course. Jake and I are just trying to watch the live results, and we're struggling a little bit, so please bear with us.
Could be this heat.
This morning was a bit easier because it was one athlete at a time, and you knew who was coming, and they were running in numerical order. This, of course, is these are groups of four, and 3 or 4 that have been put together. And unfortunately, we don't know who's going to be in which group until they're on course. So we will do our best to figure out as you watch and enjoy the action. And there's our first green bib across the line, and with quite a margin. And what you're hearing in the background there is coming over our radio from race control. They're calling the results at the bottom by bib color. And then we have to try to associate that with the individual wearing that color, which can be difficult for us because we have to look them up numerically by bib number. So all right, here we go. Our next set online.
Going deep off the jump. We got red bib in the lead. Down the chicane section of the course. Evenly spread out.
And while you won't be able to hear it over the broadcast, Jake and I can hear the parents and teammates and friends and supporters cheering here at the side of the course as the athletes are flashing by, coming into the finish area.
All right. So it looks like we had Sylvester and Hansen move on through that heat.
Jake, do you know who's come through from the previous heats? Are you able to read out the top 2 finishers from the previous heats, or do we not have that available yet?
Let me look here.
Sorry, folks, we're on cell phones, trying our best here. For those of you that don't know, I'm Kirk with Ontario Snowboard, and Jake Holden is our resident snowboarding snowcross expert. He's an ex-national team member for Canada, ex-Olympian for Canada, raced at Sochi in Russia. And so between us, we're trying to provide some good insights into what's happening here live and provide a little color around the sport, the athletes, the weather conditions, this race course. And so far, we've had a really exciting half a day of Junior Nationals racing. Next set of competitors, of course, I'm only seeing 2 in the frame. We've got a tight race here coming into the. We may have a pass here. Green looking to pass red.
Inside pass. Looks like he's got it. Nice. Great pass by Green Bib. Taking it to the finish.
Very good heat there for those two. Hi. There.
Tabulation copy: green, red, blue. Green 84, yellow 81, blue 83. Yellow did not start. Yellow did not start. So heated 3, heated 41, 5, heated 3.
All right, we are back.
Okay, man.
More fantastic racing here. 3 riders on course. These are the this is the first round qualifiers. As a rule, the top 2 finishers will move on to the next round. Jake and I are working to get the data incoming so that we can read out to you who is on course and who is finishing in what order. From that, we will do our best to let you know who's moving on to the next round. It is just a bit difficult because they're calling out athletes by bib colors, not numbers or names. So bear with us.
Yeah, that seemed to be our first heat of FIS men, I believe. First heat of FIS men. So just getting back on track here, folks. Sorry about that. Our next heat should be heat 2 of FIS men. In red should be Jacob Labelle. In green, Simon Renaud. In blue, Anthony Vieben. And in yellow, Jackson McGowan.
We just have a slight pause here in racing.
Yeah, currently from the last heat, there was an athlete that either went down or went off track, so they're just making sure that track is clear and safe before they send the next heat, which will be heat 2 of FIS men.
All right, we're back after having a disqualification, or did not start, pardon me, for one of our riders in the last heat. So as soon as we have the updated information on this heat, great shot of some of our on-course volunteers working to make sure that the athletes are safe and competing in a fair manner. We say thank you to all of our volunteers doing such an excellent job, giving their time. Some of them are parents, some of them are ex-racers, some of them are volunteers here from Beaver Valley, an assortment of individuals giving their time to make sure that amateur sport here in Ontario and in Canada is running as smoothly as it possibly can. And of course, you'll see signs from our supporters and sponsors around the course, including the province of Ontario. And that structure there on the right side, the orange and black pop-up tents, that's where Jake and I are hanging out. Media center. For those of you that ice fish, you'll recognize the deluxe model. We've got the Ontario Snowboard audio video team huddled in there, doing an amazing job. Thank you, guys.
Just waiting on a little update from the start. Sure, they're getting that next heat ready to go. We should see our next heat coming through any moment now. Which is our FIS men category, heat number 2.
Go for Rob. Copy that. We'll have to wait till the
Does this help? Sorry.
Bear with us, viewers. We're just waiting for some officials to get into place and some patrols just to replace some of the ones who had to go down to tend to something. So just a few more minutes and we'll I'll be off.
Yeah, control says they should be there in about 10 or 15 seconds. They should be ready to roll. So just let me know when they get there.
Should be here.
It's on its way to mile 1 right now.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 2 patrols and the noggin. I think let's do a course clear and we can get going.
We've just been informed by race control that the course is cleared, we believe, and ski patrol is ready to go. We have 2 wonderful ski patrollers with us today, keeping everybody safe. And Jake, you think our next lineup is going to be Heat 2? We have LaBelle, Renault, Bebin, and McGowan, if our math is correct.
That's right. This should be the FIS men category, heat number 2, final rounds.
Section 4.
They're just finishing up clearing the course, and then I'm sure the athletes are in the gate ready to go, waiting for the start call.
Red 15, green 21, blue 19, yellow 25.
For the announcement.
And we've confirmed Jacob LaBelle, Simon Renault, Anthony Bebin, and Jackson McGowan are going to be on course in this heat. We're having to do a bit of translation from bib color over to names and racer numbers. So again, some translation going on here, but Jake and I are figuring it out.
Okay, riders on course coming into bank 1 here. Coming through the middle section of the course, the jump line. We got red bib, Jacob LaBelle leading the pack, followed by green bib, Simon Renard. And then Anthony Bibben close behind.
Trying to close that gap. It might be a pass from 4th to 3rd there as well.
And it looks like we'll have red and green move through. That's Jacob and Simon.
Honey confirmed. Red 15, green 21, blue 19, yellow 25, 15, 21, next team is confirmed. Red 17, green 14, blue 20, yellow 27, timing.
Okay, our next heat in red will have Oliver Gagne, blue green Anthony, blue Oscar Gavi, yellow Owen Wigelman.
I want to say Wegelin.
Wagelin, that sounds
Or
better.
Wegelin.
Thank you.
Could be that. If that was the German pronunciation, I'm sorry, Owen.
They should be on course. Here we go. Camera's picking them up now. Red bib in the lead, followed by green. So we've got Oliver and Anthony. Oliver maintains a pretty strong lead, followed by his teammate, Anthony. And it looks like that's how I'll finish up.
And it looks like, for those of you watching, they've changed the finish line gates appear to be a little bit different. They were blocks before, now they're red flags, in case you're wondering why it looks slightly different at the end there. But
all right, our next heat will be red bib, Griffin Mason, green bib, Rafi Hudson, blue bib, Ben Swain, yellow bib, Matthew Miranda. On course.
Jake, we're not getting times on these runs, are we? So it's difficult to compare their speed versus the qualifying this morning, correct?
Yeah, during the heat rounds, there's no timing involved. So it's just head-to-head racing. First two that cross the finish line move on. The next two are bumped from the race. If there's a really close call at the line, they'll go to a photo finish to determine, who was ahead of who. Looks like we've got Griffin out in the lead in the red bib, followed by Rafi in green bib, and close behind Ben Swain.
Green, blue, yellow.
That's fantastic qualified. It's the
Having
red bib would have been the fastest rider.
green, 24, blue 11, yellow 22.
Cool.
16,
Because they're the faster rider in the miles. Which gate they
green 87, blue 78, yellow 71. Timing ready.
Now that was our heat 4. Heat 5 coming up. Looks like we've got red as Kai Cooper. No?
We're moving on to.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. Bear with us.
Moving on to another category here. All right, folks. We're U15 then. Let's see if she's there. Five.
As of course, 4
U15. And yeah, no. Okay, we got riders on course, halfway down through the jump section, into the chicane. Red bib followed by blue bib. Looks like a Quebec rider out front. What number is it?
And green and blue battling for second place.
Oh, that's going to be a tight
For that
finish.
position to move on.
This might be our first photo finish. Wow, at the line. Sounds like blue may have just got him.
Yellow.
Yeah, so, okay.
Traffic red.
Okay, so from that heat, we had red and blue move through. That's Roser and Dubé.
Green 78, yellow 71. Next heat, red 79, green 75, blue 74, yellow 76.
All right, four more coming on here in Heat 2. In the red bib, this young gentleman, we are struggling with how to pronounce his last name. We think it's Ing Afuk. Sincere apologies. Neither of us know how to pronounce that properly, so would appreciate some guidance on that. If someone does know the family, thank you. In the green bib is Goudreau, blue bib is Janik, and yellow is Bergeron. You should see them coming into your frame shortly.
All right, looks like we got red bib leading the pack way out front, and blue and green are fighting it for second position. Be a tight finish for second here. Here we go, battle for second tightens up coming into the final stretch. Oh, little check by green bib. Oh, that's going to cost him.
Fantastic battle there for second. Well done. Not seeing the yellow bib on course. We may have a rider spill.
13.
And it looks like we're going to have a slight delay here for an athlete check, so just bear with us.
Okay, we're back up and running. They're just clearing the track again for safety and making sure everyone's ready to go, and we'll send the next heat. Our next category is U13 female. We should have 3 riders in this next heat. Red bib would be Groskopf, green bib Smith, blue bib Taylor.
Next heat, U13 female. Red 53, green 69, blue 70. Timing ready. Copy that with riders in the tape.
Looks like we have 7 athletes in this grouping of U13. So we're going to have 2 heats. The top 4 will go on to the final, and the bottom 3 will go on to the small final, the consolation round. You use that term in snowboard cross?
Yeah, we use a big final and small final.
All right.
Big final will be positions 1 to 4, and small final.
Here we go. Groskopf out with a comfortable lead already.
Now we know that start section has been quite the challenge for some of the. There's a Wu-Tang up there, which we don't see often, but they're one of the trickier features to get over in the start section, and that's what's I believe really separated this heat here.
And for our viewers, can you explain that obstacle for us, Jake? What does that consist of?
So basically, the Wu-Tang almost looks like 2 quarter pipes back to back with a little deck on top.
Okay.
So you ride up the wall of the quarter pipe and then down the backside of, say, the second quarter pipe. And then the deck on top can vary in sizes depending on the speed, the track. But yeah, they're one of the more difficult features to build and ride properly.
Green 67, move on to the large. Blue moves on to the small. Next heat, red 63.
Okay,
61.
just lining up the next heat in the gates. Red bib will be Tang, green bib Turner, blue bib
Rasico. Another tricky French name.
Some unique ones. Need to sharpen up my pronunciation skills.
I'm trying to cover you where you.
Thank you.
We're not. Some of them we're not getting.
I couldn't do it without you. All right, just waiting to hear about the start over the radio, and we'll let you know when they're on course. Here they are. Bib far out in the lead again. That's Tang, followed by Turner through the jump section.
Looks like there might only be 2 of them on course.
Yeah,
I do not see that. I do not see that blue bib.
Yeah, no.
Hopefully, no spills.
Tang's got a comfortable lead, and Turner should safely secure her second position. So those 2 will be moving to the big final.
Timing confirmed. Red, green, red 63, green 61. Next heat, U15 female, red 67.
All right, our next heat will be U15 female.
Yellow 52.
Red bib Shelley, green bib Lennox,
Timing ready.
blue bib
Langlois.
Langlois, yellow bib Smurl.
Nice shot of some of the spectators there on course, getting a great view as the athletes go by. The edge of the red gate there. Jake, were you ever on course? Could you hear your fans, your family? Could you hear people yelling, or were you just in a zone where you didn't pick up any sounds?
Sometimes you can hear them, and other times you're just in the zone, blocking it out, just focused on what's in front of you rather than kind of around you. So, but always nice to have the fans close by.
Yeah, parents, siblings cheering you on.
Okay, looks like we're on course with this next heat. In the lead, we've got Lemix, followed by Shelley. And Langlois close behind.
It's a tight formation. Let's see who can attempt to pass here. The lower half over the rollers.
It's going to be a tight finish. A little checking coming into this last jump. That'll create some opportunities. Shelley makes the pass. And it looks like Langlois might be able to pass too. It's going to be tight at the line. Sounds like we got a red, green, blue, yellow finish. Taking Shelley and Lemix.
Red, green, blue, yellow.
And did you
Big
see
final.
Green 62 for the large, blue 60, yellow 52 for the small. Next heat confirmed is red 65, green 51, blue 54, yellow 55.
All right, sticking with the U15 females, we've got Silvestri coming in red, Cooper in green, Hansen blue, and Bao coming in on yellow. For those of you picking up bib colors as they come down the hill.
Riders on course. All right, here they come into our screen. Red bib is in the lead. Sylvester, followed by Cooper. Blue bib has a chance to make a move. Hansen could possibly make a pass in the final stretch here. Sylvester seems to be pulling away with her lead. So we'll have a red, green, blue finish. Sylvester and Cooper moving into the big final. Then Hansen and Bao to the small final.
Yellow. Let me confirm. Red 55, green 51, blue 54, yellow 55. This 55, 51 on the large. This 54, 55 on the small. Green 77, blue 80, yellow 83. Timing ready.
All right, our next heat will be U13 males. Red bib will have Frail, green bib Barget, blue bib Janik, yellow bib
I want to say April.
April?
I think so.
We're going with April,
I think so.
not April.
Or
With a
April.
silent E. April. I like April. Sounds nice. All right, here they come. Frail's leading the pack, followed by Barget. Quite spread out from first and second, but second and third's tight.
Very close.
Let's see if Janik can make a pass down here in the lower section. I feel like he's gaining on him a little bit. Comfortable lead for Frail coming into the finish line.
Oh, that's close.
Yeah, it's going to be a... Oh, wow, what a pass. Oh, nice. Little poke finish.
Dang. Great finish. Blue going from third seed, I guess you would call it, into second place and earning a spot to the next round or to the finals.
That was a great race. I think.
Oh. Attaboy, get up. Finish your run. Well done.
Yellow. Confirmed red 73, blue 80, green 77, yellow 83. Red 73, blue 80 onto the large, green 77, yellow 83 onto the small. Next team confirmed to the starts, red 86, green 72, blue 84, yellow 81, tiebreaker.
Okay, next heat, another round of U13 males. Green bib.
Where are you?
Right here.
Lalonde.
Oh, they didn't name the red bib, so I'm not too sure if he's in.
Saying 4 riders on course.
Okay,
We
so we
believe this is Lalonde, Furherd, McRonald, and Smith. Red, green, blue, yellow. We believe. This is U13 males. So the youngster is up and coming in the programs.
There we go, coming into our frame now. Got red bib leading the pack, followed green. That's Lalonde and Furherd. Tight race here for first. Nice pass.
Oh!
Into the fence goes Lalonde. Hopefully he's okay.
He's up and going.
That's right next to us. Oh, he is up and going.
He's
Good
up
stuff.
and going.
That's
Good kid.
Awesome.
Looks like they just the boards there coming out of that corner.
They did, yeah. Got tight. We've got green bib crossing the finish line at first. Let's see who got up faster there. Yeah, Lalonde was able to get up. Glad to see he's okay.
Right.
He's crossing in second place, so.
Well, that was interesting. He took a spill and still had time to get up and finish the race and come in second, so he'll move on. So,
yeah.
For those of you that are watching that think it's over when you fall, always get up and make a go of it. Or no. All right, we are now into the FIS women. In red is Turkington, Hannah Turkington. In green, McGuigan. Blue, Anna Sophie Schoenbeck. And the yellow is Tegan Clark, will be the next 4 riders you see coming in.
All right, we hear the clear over the radio, so they should be sending the next heat.
And Jake, roughly when would athletes like this start to qualify to race in FIS events? Are these 13, 14, 15-year-old young ladies?
Yeah, as long as they're of age, they can race in FIS events, but the appropriate size tracks for the racer at the time, and that comes down to a coaching decision for sure,
right?
Depending where their skill level's at. Hannah here, she's one of our more experienced FIS level riders, doing really well on the NORAM tour, and yeah, great athlete from BC.
Wonderful.
She finishes in first there, followed by Katie
McQuiggan. So it looks like those 2 will move on.
That's right.
And just seeing Tegan Clark finishing up the course, the yellow bib. She's ditching a bit of speed there, so I think she
took a bit of a spill, so just collecting herself and getting down to
high
five her competitors.
Looks to be okay.
Okay, our next heat will be another round of FIS females. In red, we'll have Rose Savard Ferguson. Green, we'll have Nicola Dempsey. Blue, Maya Campbell. And yellow, Kenzie Tomlinson.
All right, finish is clear. You may send me.
Riders should be on course. Coming into frame any moment. All right, here we go. Red Bib Rose leads the pack, followed by Nicola Dempsey. Pretty tight out for 1 and 2 positions. Maya Campbell is chasing them in third. And it looks like those girls are going to lock up 1 and 2. It's Rose and Nicola, red and green.
And for those of you joining us on our YouTube stream this afternoon, we are Jake and Kirk coming to you from Beaver Valley Ski Club. Jake, I had a question for you earlier, and I'm wondering if you could explain it to the viewers as well. On our YouTube stream, I had noticed that the finishing colors were pretty consistent: red, green, blue, yellow. I wonder if you could explain why that seems to be.
Yeah, so depending on how they qualified in their qualification runs of 2, their best run positions them within their heats, but it also gives them first pick on gate choice. So the fastest rider from the qualifications in each heat will get the red bib. The second fastest will get the green, and then blue, and then yellow.
Right.
And then on top of that, they get to choose gate choice. And from track to track, gate choice is a nice thing to have because it can usually give you an advantage into that first berm or getting hole shot, as they call it.
Right.
So the red bibs tend to be the faster riders, and you want to hold that red bib all throughout the competition in the final rounds. Give yourself the best advantage. And I think we're moving back into the FIS men, so these guys are going to be flying down here. It's like a tight heat. All 4 of them staying in a pretty good pack leading into the bottom of the course. It's going to be a tight finish.
Wow. It's the tightest grouping we've seen.
All right.
Wow. Fantastic race.
Great race.
All within a second of each other at the finish line.
We've got Jacob Labelle, first place in that heat, followed by Kai Hooper. These 2 will move on to big finals. And then we've got Simon Renard and Vincent Scott moving into small finals. Our next heat, another round of FIS men. Griffin Mason in red, Oliver Gagne in green, Anthony Damas Gonvin in blue, and Rafe Hudson in yellow. On course. Okay, here they come into frame. We've got Griffin leading the pack. Oh,
Yellow
has
has
had a
moved.
rider go off course there. It must have been a mistake on the landing in that jump and couldn't hold line. So yellow, Rafe has moved into second. followed by Anthony, blue bib.
Did you see a mistake there? Someone running blue, running wide?
It was hard to see, but I have a feeling he went deep on that one jump in the middle of the track with
Okay.
an overshooting, and maybe just wasn't able to recover in time and missed a gate. So he'd be DQ'd if that was the case.
Can the athletes touch a gate, hit a gate? It's okay as long as they clear that inside post?
Yeah, your board and feet have got to be on the inside of that small stubby. You go over it, or on the wrong side through the panel, and yeah, be considered missed that gate and disqualified.
Glad the weather's holding out for us today. We've lost our sunshine, unfortunately, but still very pleasant temperatures here at Beaver Valley. Working our way through all of the heats in qualifying for the finals. Top 2 athletes from each of these heats moves on to the big final, and the others would move on to the small final. I called it the consolation round, but here in Snowboard X, it's the small final. And then everybody can figure out their ranking at the end of the day, figure out any points they've earned, and apply that to their current standings.
That's right, and we're moving on to the small and big finals of these groups. So our next heats up will be U15 male, small and big final. Starting off with the small final.
Small final, red running below 670 diary.
U13 females, is that what you just said?
Yeah. 15. And a correction there, folks. Bear with us. Looks like we're going to run one small final in the U13. Our mistake will be bib 70 red Taylor. And she'll just be running by herself, I believe. Yeah, one last run in on track for the day for her.
Kayla Taylor coming in. As Jake and I have been working for a few hours today, hopefully bringing a bit of color to the video feed from Jay Ferguson and the team, and providing you with some insight. Jake, as we said earlier, ex-Canadian national team and Canadian Olympic team member, providing the insight, and I'm trying to provide a bunch of questions because I'm learning. Now we've got 2 riders on course.
Yeah, so this is Kayla in the red bib, Kayla Taylor doing her final run, and this is actually one of her teammates, James, who I think he's done for the day, but she's doing a kind of a fun run with her teammate. So this is good to see.
Awesome. Now, because only 5 athletes made it through to the final in this category, the top 4 have gone on to the big final and is running. That's why you see Kayla effectively running by herself in the small final today. So good for her for sticking it out and putting in a really nice run. A great run this afternoon. Congratulations, Kayla Taylor.
Copy red 70 finish. Small final going to get 4th place. Next heat, U13, big final. Female, red 53, green 53, blue 61.
Okay, our next heat will be the big final for the U13 female. In red bib, we'll have Groskopf, green bib, Tang, blue bib Turner, yellow bib Smith.
This is for all the marbles.
That's right. Here we go. We're gonna lay it all out on the line.
Yeah, nobody wants to come fourth, obviously.
This is for the hardware.
Is there any reason there are 4 competitors in snowboard cross and not 3 or 5? Is it just a random number, or that's the best?
Yeah, it's always been 4. They've actually they do bump it up to 6 every once in a while. I don't know if they do anymore on the World Cup, but when they had when X Games hosted a snowboard cross, they would have 6 people go down the course at the same time. But
sorry to interrupt. This is
nicer
your
with the brackets.
you're seeing Ava Groskopf, 53 bib in the red there, with out in the lead. Looks like she's going to finish up in the gold position.
Amazing, nice, huge lead.
Coming in with a green and then a yellow. So we lost.
Oh, I think it was blue.
Was it blue or green? I'm sorry, my eyesight.
It's tough to see that. Let's wait for it to pop up. Yeah, it looks like it was blue. So Turner was second, blue bib.
Smith in third.
Smith in third, and Tang in fourth.
So sorry, I interrupted you there, Jake. You were saying it's a pretty standard number at 4, but sometimes they'll expand if the course can handle more people.
Yeah, that's right. They'll go up to 6. So it's typically either 4 or 6, mainly 4 now. They were experimenting with groups of 6 for a few years in a row. But it's tough because the courses need to be that much bigger and wider, and it's already that challenging to build a track, let alone build a bigger track than what you would typically need.
Right.
So
right.
Yeah, 4 is what you typically see, and it just works nicely with the brackets and the breakdown, and 2 moving on and 2 not. Like it works well.
I believe ski cross is the same. They run, as a rule, they run with 4. For those of you that have seen the complementary sport in skiing, the ski cross. I had the pleasure of attending an FIS ski cross event at Blue Mountain just prior to COVID. And we had one of those bluebird days, sunny, warm, gorgeous, and had some fantastic racing. And of course, the Canadian ski cross team is very strong as well, much like the snowboard cross team for Canada. And
very strong.
Boy, those are days that stick in your head. And when everything works and the Canadians do well and the medals are flowing and there's lots of music and really, really fun. I seem to remember having an orthopedic chair there, which Jake and I are sitting on wooden boxes today, and I think we're both going to need to
feel it.
We're both going to need a massage therapist at the end of the day.
Yes, please.
So if there are any RMTs in the audience that want to volunteer volunteer their time, be much appreciated. Just a small break here, perhaps some course management. We'll give you the updates on is this U15 men's small and then big?
Yes.
Okay, so we're moving on to U15 men's non-FIS. We've got 3 in the small final: Goudreau, Pedno, and Bladun. I believe that will come first. Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Yeah, you're correct. They should be the first heat up. Should be ready to go. Waiting for the starter.
We've got some people. Looks like some course management. You tell me what you see there.
Yeah, they may be taking advantage of the time just to do a bit of cleanup on track during these short breaks in between each heat. A bit of a turnaround too here at Beaver Valley with the longer slopes. So just for the athletes to do the full turnaround time up the chairlift can take a bit longer. the small.
And full credit, they're doing an amazing job at working through these and the finals. The course is holding up incredibly well. So I think it was well built to start with, and it's been well maintained. So congrats to the Beaver Valley and the governing bodies, the Ontario and Canadian snowboard volunteers and employees who have put this together. Looks fantastic. Seems to be running well. We have very few mistakes or wipeouts. Everybody seems to be managing the course really well, and it's competitive. I mean, you seeing anything from a competition level that surprises you, or is this a typical looking contest?
Yeah, pretty typical. Other than that, we've got some smaller features on track due to the weather challenges for sure. So that's why you're seeing some of the faster, bigger athletes, both male and female, overshooting some features. That was to be expected. They can adjust as best as possible. But yeah, that's another reason why we've seen a couple crashes. Crashes do happen, and we just hope everyone walks away at the end of the day. And those ones that did go down aren't too badly injured.
There's that contrast that we talked about before between how nice the course is versus the surrounding environment is pretty much free of snow here in the Beaver Valley. Collingwood showed a very similar picture yesterday. Some of the host, certainly Alpine, our host club, had an absolutely fantastic snow conditions, and they had been making and moving snow, and we're very fortunate on the half pipe contest yesterday for the Junior Nationals. But as you know, snow's been hard to come by.
Because the competitor is going to run the U13. Next heat in the game is going to be U13 large final. U13 male large final. Red 73, green 86, blue 72, yellow 80.
All right, looks like we got a little shift up in what we're running here. So we're actually moving to U13 male large final. We got in the red bib, we've got Frail, green bib, Lalonde, blue bib, Farraherd, and yellow bib, Jenkin. On course. Do small. It should be set up. And now so it's big. Let's see here. Made a mistake.
This was announced as the big final for the U13 men, but we are thinking it might be small. So bear with us, please.
Red bib way out in the lead. This is great. This is going to be a good battle for second position coming down into the final stretch of this course. Positions 2, 3, and 4 fairly tight. Again, some nice passing opportunities here to the finish.
I think I saw 73 on that leader. So that, in fact, was our big final, Jake?
That's right. Yeah, just confirming that here on the numbers popping up. So red bib, Frail, first place. Green bib, Lalonde. Third place, blue bib, Farraherd. And yellow bib, third place, yellow bib, Jenkin.
Is that Janik?
Janik.
Yeah.
And 4th place, Fairhurt, blue bib.
So that's your men's big final for the medals. And are we doing the small final now?
Yeah, we're thinking they may have just shift order in terms of who is ready to go. So we're expecting the small finals for this category to be coming around the corner here.
Race control, keeping things moving along very nicely.
And that way.
Here
we go on course. Middle of the course already. We've got red bib leading the pack. Blue bib not too far behind. Those two are way out front for 1 and 2, so shouldn't have a problem locking that up. And just to confirm, that was our small final. Finishing order is Barget, red bib. Smith, blue bib. Oh, and these two are still battling it out.
We had a spill there, and yellow, I think, caught up. Right.
Yeah, there we go.
So green bib McRonald was in 3rd and looked like he had a spill, had some trouble on one of the features, and it looks like April managed to pass right near the end of the course. I'm sure a disappointing fall for Mr. McRonald.
Soon we're going up to U15 male.
Red, blue, yellow, green. Red, blue, yellow, green.
Where are we headed now?
That's
Green, 54, blue, 52, yellow, 55.
all right. Now we're bouncing over to U15 female. Small finals. Red bib, Langlois. Green bib, Hansen. Blue bib, Smirl. Yellow bib, Boa.
Bow.
Wow.
I think.
Wow.
Again, apologies for any mispronunciations. So small final. This is non-FIS. So these are our generally our younger kids who are some of them. This might be their first season of racing. So getting some really high quality competition in here and working with their coaches and their teammates to try to continue to improve their abilities. And some of these kids, certainly you'll probably see them with enough points and enough experience to move into FIS events next year. Is that a fair call?
Yeah, I would say so for sure. Some of these younger riders are riding this course really well too. So,
Well,
I definitely see that being a thing.
This is the future for Canadian snowboardcross racing. And Langlois is well out in front.
She is checked before that jump, but that's okay. Playing it safe. She's got lots of space to work with.
Yep. Carrying lots of speed, and we've got a proper race here between Hansen and Smurl, and it looks like Hansen has pulled off second place. And we're just waiting for bow and yellow to come across the line. There she is.
Timing confirmed. Red, green, blue, yellow. 7 place red. 16. 10th place green. 54. 6th place blue. 52. 7th place yellow. 55. 8th place 16. Red. 67. 55.
Okay, our next heat, big finals for U15 females. Red bib, Shelly. Green bib, Sylvester. Blue bib, Lennox. Yellow bib, Cooper. They're at the gate. And on course. All right, here we go. It's tight. It's Sylvester and Lennox kind of back out there. I don't see the red bib in the
Shelley,
picture.
our number one seed, Shelley, coming in is not.
Sylvester makes a nice pass.
Did we have a DNS or did we have a?
Oh, going big off the last booter. Look at that. So, Sylvester, Lennox, Cooper. Where's Shelly? What happened to Shelly? Red bib must have got caught up at top somewhere between the start section and the first bank. Just out of our viewing, so we're not too sure what the update is there. Hopefully she's okay.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, Jake and I are unable to see the top 150 meters, which is the start, due to some technical limitations. The view that we get is the view that you're getting on our YouTube live stream, so we're doing our best. But any news that we receive, we will certainly pass on to you, the viewers. So we had did not finish for 67.
Shelly.
Samantha Shelley.
Yellow. 51. Red. 7.
Can't start unless we have two up there.
Ski Patrol, are they all volleys? All volunteers?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's how it works.
And what do they get?
One or two that maybe won't be, but I think it's a
Like
volunteer.
the senior people might.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
do they get ski passes to recreationally ski for free because they do this?
If they're working as the patrol, yes.
Or even not working? Like, you'd think that'd be a good way to reward them, right?
Yeah, I'm not too sure how it works outside of their like role and responsibility as the ski patrol if they're working that day.
Yeah.
But yeah, they might have a pass kind of program in place like that.
It would
I'm
make
not too
sense,
sure.
right?
It would,
Like
yeah.
If you put for every 3 days you put in volunteering, you get a free day on any hill or whatever. I'm just making that up, but it seems like a pretty good way to reward them. That there's no incremental cost to having one more person on your hill on a Saturday, right?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a nice gesture.
I was on channel 2 for a bit, so I must have missed what's going on here. So it's on down, section 1, section 1, section 2.
Okay, so we're getting an update from race control. We are dealing with an issue with the racer, and the patrol is on site and taking care of the incident. best we can tell. So we're just on a bit of a hold here for a second. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. It's Jake and Kirk. We think, 6 races away from the closing up the Junior Nationals here at Beaver Valley Ski Club. We've had a couple of incidences where we've had to bring in ski patrol, and they've taken care of it for us, and now the course has been cleared. Jake, what are we looking at for the rest of the afternoon?
We've got a couple more rounds of small and big finals. We're moving into our U15 male small final, I believe. Just waiting for confirmation on that. And then from there, we've got our FIS categories left, both male and female, small and big finals.
Excellent.
So just getting a course over the radio we can hear, so we should be starting up again anytime.
Great. For those of you that,
It's live.
that's my dog in my car.
Is the dog allowed in the car?
Yeah, for those of you watching at home, my screensaver just came up, and it's my favorite picture, not of my two lovely daughters, but rather of my dog in my car, which may give you some insight into my mentality. But Jake and I looking forward to the last 6 races of the afternoon. Weather and snow are holding up well for those of you that have been with us viewing all the way through or tuning in to catch some of the exciting activity this afternoon. We genuinely appreciate you joining us. It's been a ton of fun. These athletes are leaving it all out on the course and trying to make it into the finals and win themselves a medal, win themselves some FIS points, and develop their skill sets. So really pleased to have been following along this afternoon.
Okay, it sounds like they're just about to send the next heat. Should be our small final, U15 males. We'll have 3 in this heat. Sounds like they're on course.
Yeah, in the red bib, we've got Goudreau, number 75. In green, we've got Pedno in 87. And in the blue bib, we've got 71, Blandon. So just 3 competitors, and you will see them coming into your frame now. And Goudreau, the red bib, leading Pedno, and Blandon fighting hard in 3rd place right now, trying to see if he can catch up. That's a very competitive 1-2 situation, Jake.
It is. That's a tight race. That'll be a great race to the finish. They're both pushing hard. It's good to see.
Let's see if Goudreau can hold off the threat.
Looks that way.
Yeah.
A good race, though. Really good race.
Excellent race. Great to see. And that was the U15 men's non-FIS event. So now we'll move into the big final. Jake, you want me to take a shot at those names again?
That's what I'm waiting for. The trickiest one in the group.
Okay, so in the red bib is Rousseau. In the green bib, Ing Fook, we think is the pronunciation. Apologies. Blue bib is Dubé, and yellow bib is Janik. And you'll see them coming into your screen short, unless we have a...
Yeah, they're just confirming the finish order of the last heat, but the next heat's ready to go.
We're getting some very competitive racing here. These kids all want to win. Very little contact, I've noticed. We've had a couple of very clean, good passes. Nobody wants to get DQ'd out of a race for missing a gate or going off course or an illegal contact, I assume. That's
No, definitely not. Sounds like they're on course from what we can somewhat hear over the radio here, so they should be coming into the frame any moment now. Here we are.
all right. Green bib followed by blue. And there is already a very wide gap here.
Sure is. And we're missing our red bib.
So that's Jonah.
Which is
That's
not
Jonah.
usual for a big final, so something must have happened up top.
Yeah, that's Jonah in front, followed by Mr. Dubé. Let's see how we finish out here. And yellow. Okay, so our order is green, blue, red, yellow for the big final U15 men's.
Green, blue, yellow, red.
Ah,
Yeah.
my mistake.
Nige Fook first, Dubé second, Janik third. Love to know what happened to Red Bib up there, but remains a mystery. Now we should be moving into our FIS female small and big finals. This will be some good races, some of the faster riders on course.
Female, fifth small final, red 4.
Okay, so in our next heat, small finals, FIS female, red bib will have Anne-Sophie Schonenbeck, green bib Maya Campbell, blue bib Kenzie Tomlinson, and yellow bib Tegan Clark. Bear with us. We just lost our screen here. So here we go. Now we're back. Okay. Little red bib leads the pack. Got Anna-Sophie close behind in green bib, Mia Campbell. Nice looking race out here. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Okay. Saved it. Amazing. Like a cat. Anna-Sophie crosses the finish line in first for small finals, followed by Mia Campbell. Kenzie Tomlinson in third place. Tegan Clark, she's still on track, making her way down, but she'll finish in fourth place for the small finals for the day.
Red, green, blue, yellow. Red 4, 5th place. Green, 9, place, blue, 6th, 7th place, yellow 1, 8th place. With a large final fish ribbon in a game. Red 3, green 8, blue 7, yellow 2. Timing ready.
Okay, big finals for the female FIS. Red bib, Hannah Turnican. Green bib, Rose Savard Ferguson. Blue bib, Nicola Dempsey. Yellow bib, Katie McQuiggan. These ladies should be on course. There we go. Coming into your frame, Hannah red bibs out front, followed by Nicola Dempsey. These ladies are quite a bit, so I don't know how tight of a finish we're going to see this round. Great riding by Hannah. Crosses the finish line first, followed by Nicola Dempsey and our yellow bib, Katie McQuiggan.
Gals look very strong, very fast. You can see the competency of the riding at that level.
Red is 3, 2nd place, blue is 7, 3rd place, yellow is 2, 4th place, green bib is 8. Next I have this event, small final. Red 17, green 21, blue 14, yellow 23. Timing ready.
Okay, we're moving to our FIS male finals, small final round. got 3 competitors. Red bib would be Simon Renard. Green bib, Anthony Damas Gauvin. Blue bib, Vincent Scott. Should be on course. All right.
Right off the bat, Anthony out in the lead, building up quite.
Yeah, he's way out there. Huge lead for Anthony, followed by Simon.
We're missing a competitor somewhere here, Jake, because we've only got 3 guys on our list.
Yeah, we do. Yellow bib should be green, red, yellow, blue is our finish. Anthony, Simon, yellow must have been. We're missing our yellow guy on our screen here. Sorry, folks. Oh, they're having a good time, aren't they? Some fans.
It looks like a lemonade and maybe an iced tea to me.
Yeah,
if I had to
you're
guess.
right. Yeah. Okay, big finals and final heat of the day. Big final FIS men. Red bib will have Kai Hooper. Green bib will have Griffin Mason. Blue bib, Jacob LaBelle. Yellow bib, Rafi Hudson.
This is it for all the medals for the FIS males. Is this our best set of racers on the day, Jake?
Yeah, for our men, I mean, most, if not all, these guys have been riding the NorAm Tour for quite a few years, and a good portion of them have some World Cup starts under their belt too. So
really experienced crowd then. They know how to attack a race course.
That's right. Should be some great racing. Hopefully there's a clean start and into the first bank, and it'll just lead to a great race down the rest of the track. Okay, just a minor delay on the start for this final heat, big final heat of the male FIS category.
Some of the spectators and supporters out today. The young lady on the right wearing an Alpine Canada hat. Very fortunate today to have some spectators out cheering on the athletes, standing safely behind the netting. And unfortunately, we don't have a shot of the finish zone, which of course we see the the athletes crossing the line, Jake, but we don't actually see them much after, where some of their coaches might be spectators, supporters, and where they are high-fiving and supporting each other, but always a great view when you can get it of the finish corral.
Definitely. I'm sure there's some big numbers of supporters down there just waiting for these final heats to finish up.
And I'm sure when you were competing as well, that you, as an athlete, you were always down there supporting your teammates or watching the finish.
100%. Especially if you're done for the day, you're down there or somewhere on track cheering them on.
Yeah,
it's a great community sport, snowboardcross and snowboarding in general, and everyone likes to stick around and cheer on the fellow competitors. And directly after this last big final, we will do some awards, which will be great.
fantastic.
To reward all the winners from the day, all the finalists, and everyone can enjoy the rest of the weekend.
And at a World Cup level, did the athletes tend to be very friendly as a group? I mean, do people socialize together? Or are they traveling together? Are they on off days? Are they training or traveling together? I mean, what's the general level of camaraderie with athletes at a national level or at a World Cup level?
Yeah, it's really good. It's awesome. It's really cool to see, and everyone's following the same tour, so you see the other teams in airports, hotels, so it's not just always on the hill or competitive atmosphere, and there's a lot of good friendships within the tour, and that's just part of the community and the way it's always been, so it's good. Gotta go.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We're just waiting for some additional news from race control here, so bear with us, please.
Okay, we're back live. We just got an update that they're sending big finals. Sorry about the delay there. We'll have the big finals FIS men in the gate ready to go. They should be on course. And again, red bib, we've got Kai Hooper, green bib, Griffin Mason, blue bib, Jacob LaBelle, yellow bib, Rafe Hudson. And here they are coming now. Red and green is tight. Oh my God. Wow. Holy smokes, it was a big crash, folks, but they're up, they're okay, they're running. Made a huge passing opportunity for our blue bib, Jacob LaBelle. Way out in the lead now. Let's see who sneaks in there for second place. Looks like it's going to be Rafe Hudson, but I have a feeling Griffin and Kai are not going to be happy about that one. Now, bear with me because I have heard rumors that they may rerun the small final. And I think that's still happening. Small final rerun for the FIS men. So stay with us just to find out the details on that, if that's happening, because that'll be a whole another race to go through. So hold tight, and I'll give you an update soon. Okay, welcome back. Just a final update. Little mix up there. So we will not be rerunning that small finals for the FIS men. So that is a wrap for the day. Thank you very, very much for joining us online. It was great having all of you. Once again, this is Speed Nation SBX Junior National Championships 2024. Thank you very much to our host, Hill, Beaver Valley, Canada Snowboard, Ontario Snowboard, all the coaches and parents and volunteers that came out for the event. It was a great event. Kids had a great time. And now we move on to awards down at the bottom and base of the mountain. So thanks again. Take care and tune in next time.